Turn down this music. Make sure everyone can hear me okay. Friday, Friday, Friday. And we do have some action here hitting the tape. Obviously, Intel reported earnings yesterday. Big um, miss on their EPS side here. They did beat on the rev side, but the announcement that's coming out of Intel is the fact that they're laying off 15% of their workforce, cutting expenditures. And honestly, although that's bearish in the medium and long term, investors typically like when companies cut expenses, and employees' overhead is typically expenses. So I was kind of surprised to see that Intel didn't actually catch a bid, but it's still grinding lower and lower and lower here. But that one is on watch, obviously, for a day trade long. Um, there's going to be a lot of people trying to buy this off of the open. I want to see it at least fill this gap. Call it down to this $20 level. And even then, I'd have to basically see if I like that area. The better area is right around sweeping these lows here. So call it a Pierce of 1930. Good morning, IE. Good morning, good morning. All right, so some stocks that are actually getting some attention here in the pre-market. Obviously, Intel is one of them. CNC, I've been absolutely slaughtered on this swing trade. I'm long 350 shares all the way up here, and it's just been absolutely a grinder to the downside. This did gap down again on its earnings, hitting some lower targets. If this goes lower today, I'm going to look to double up my position, add another 350 shares, common. Well, day trade has turned into a swing trade. And again, you know, with common shares, it's just taking a position and holding it, but definitely not my finest trade. Nevertheless, it is what it is. You get caught in sometimes these down traps. I should have had a stop in place, but this type of move down is just a massive institutional sell side program. It is turning positive off of that gap down. Let's show you in the pre-market. Look at that move down, hitting a low here of 22.33, a massive monster reversal back up. So perhaps this is finally starting to bottom here. I was hoping to get it on another little negative dip, but it seems that it's getting too oversold here in the pre-market. But nevertheless, if we make some lower lows, I will look to double that position. If it doesn't make lows, I'll just ride with what I have. Tesla. Tesla obviously had that big gap down yesterday. It's actually holding some positive strength today. I want to see Tesla maintain structure above this volume weighted average price. I want to see it try to recapture this EMA 113, which is sitting at 311.15. Currently, price action is gapping up slightly, trading at 308.14. So Tesla, again, it's not a dead chart. Believe it or not, even after that gap down, you're just creating a wedge pattern now. Here's your low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. Obviously, you have a high, lower high, lower high. So the fact that Tesla's still remaining, trying to give us some higher lows, is a slightly positive sign. I mean, it's hanging on by a thread here, but it is living to fight another day. All right, some other movers here. SRPT. This one's actually on watch for a potential long, guys. You saw some heavy volume accumulation yesterday. Nice little doji candle, somewhat of a bottoming tail, not a true bottoming tail, but a nice little recovery doji candle there at the lows on volume. So this is now doing a retrace. If we sweep these lows, SRPT is so oversold here for a simple dead cat bounce. And I mean, this is a weekly and monthly chart level now. If we go to the monthly chart, you can see the RSI on the monthly has been dipping like crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive months of sell side pressure, coming into some serious support zones. I think just on a dead cat bounce, this one can easily go back to, call it about 1978, almost 20 bucks. So SRPT is actually one this is a high probable trade setup, guys, off of the open. I'm looking at this for Definitely some common shares long. Yeah, since it's a low price equity, or only about $11.48, I don't even know. There is an option chain on this one. I haven't looked at it, but I'm just gonna go in with common shares, and this is an A plus setup for me. Nice retrace here in the pre-market to the downside. Really in and around these levels is definitely a buy in my opinion. Definitely a buy for a bit of a dead cat bounce. And if we can sweep this low, that would be even better. So keep SRPT on watch because that's definitely something I want to get long off of these levels. All right, let's keep scrolling through the list here, guys. So Nvidia seeing some activity as well. Nvidia right now gapping down slightly on the back of Intel. So it's still very firm on the Nvidia chart. Really nothing to be afraid of in Nvidia. It's holding very, very good positive structure right now. You can see it's above its prior day high. This chart is still in a very strong bullish technical uptrend, both on the larger and the intraday time frame. Does it look like it wants to give us a new all-time high? Yeah, it does. It looks like Nvidia is going to sweep this all-time. Now, would I short Nvidia again? We absolutely crushed Nvidia last time on the 172.50 puts. We caught this 3-bar surge to the downside. I would get back into those same put options, 172.50 puts, maybe 2 weeks out, 1 or 2 weeks out, I'd have to see. But I would short Nvidia to sweep of this high, call it a pierce of 175 to 176, just depending on where market structure is. Now, on the back of Nvidia, you do have AMD getting some strength today. With Intel falling, AMD is actually pressing higher. This is yet again another high probability short setup, in my opinion. Very extended into some really, really decent resistance here. You have a nice little intraday bearish divergence forming on the daily chart of AMD, as well as the intraday 4-hour chart. So this one should see some downside pressure. Let's call it over the next 1 to 2 weeks. Considering it's strong in the pre-market, maybe it still remains a little bit firm here, but with the semiconductor complex, we'll see if Nvidia starts to weigh in on this market again. You do have the SOXX down. That's part and parcel due to Intel. Intel does carry quite a bit of a weighting here. I just want to flip to the semis on my other screen here and see what we got in the pre-market, because with Intel down 8.75%, it's dragging the SOXX and SMH down quite sharply. You have SOXL down 1.68. Taiwan Semi is slightly negative here in the pre-market, so down 0.25%. Remember, semiconductors is still the heartbeat of the market, so they still have such a large saturation in this overall tape that if it falls, it typically sets up for a high probability decline in the NASDAQ. SMCI, slightly negative. Micron, slightly negative. OKTA, slightly negative. And obviously, if Intel starts to firm up, then it absolutely could push this market higher, right? So you got to keep watch on Intel because it is a pretty important stock for the ETFs, the SOXX. ASML down a couple percent here in the pre-market. AMAT, AMAT also down a couple percent, or a little bit, not a couple, but about 0.92%. Let's look at TXM because that did have a gap down on earnings. So TXN is also on watch for another continuation long. Where I'd go long TXN, guys, is around this 183.60, 183 zone. There's about a 60-cent range right in the zone there. And that's retesting this wide range green bar candle. Okay, that's the next day trade long that I see for TXN. So we'll keep that on watch. Are you saying circle to the up for me? I'm on an alert call for Oracle. So the 250 was looking to get the 246 to 247 mark. So two-part statement there, circle. Your long circle. And you got to be careful with these crypto stocks right now. So circle looks like it's a bearish breakdown. Looks like there's a bit of potential continuation follow through today. And I personally don't like crypto right now. I'm short Bitcoin. And obviously what is occurring today on BTC, a nice down move, guys. A beautiful technical breakdown on Bitcoin. I was warning members, I've said it in the statements. I even made a video yesterday. I said this type of choppy price action where you're going everywhere but nowhere, big moves up, big moves down, big moves up, big moves down, sharp move up, sharp move down, sharp move up, sharp move down. This is a sign of distribution, and look at BTC today, breaking to the downside. I love to absolutely see that. You can see BTC actually just hit TP1. TP2 still a little bit lower. We are bouncing right before that, so we're just going to keep dragging these targets to the side here. But we hit TP1 on Bitcoin, and we should go a little bit lower. I was hoping that ETH would actually go a little bit higher, but ETH is actually still holding up a little bit better than BTC. You can see ETH is actually trying to fight back to the positive side, but still holding up quite well. So nice job continuing to maintain our net short position on Bitcoin. We were net long, we flipped to the net short side, and that is looking quite juicy in the near term. So BTC considerably under pressure, which is why you got to be careful with this circle. Not saying you can't make a win out of it, but definitely when Bitcoin's going through some downside pressure, even you can look at Coinbase. Coinbase is gapping down today. Remember, coin and circle kind of move in tandem. If coin falls, there's a very, very strong chance that circle's gonna fall. Oracle, yeah. So ORCL has been one of the strongest cloud stocks in the market, an absolute monster to the upside. Basically, Oracle's is trading in a world of its own, still holding higher highs. This stock probably doesn't top until Microsoft puts in a little bit of a decline. So Microsoft and Oracle, dominating the cloud business right now, dominating the IGV sector. So they are not going to top. They're going to top simultaneously. And you can see on IGV, guys, this is what I was looking at yesterday. I think cloud stocks are very close. So just be careful with Oracle and Microsoft. But you can see IGV put that little bit of a doji candle on a pretty decent amount of volume yesterday. 6.03 million shares. So perhaps we're going to see a little bit of profit taking hit the the cloud stock market very soon. So that IGV sector ETF showing a little bit of signs of potential distribution, high volume reversal. Again, looking at net is going through a little bit of a failed double top breakout. That one's on watch for a short. But the last time we saw a decent spike in volume on this IGV ETF was really over here. And you gap down a little bit, right? So we'll see if IGV wants to also give us a little bit of a sell side day here. Right now, it's basically just holding positive price. All right, let's see what else is moving here. PEN, so Penn Entertainment. That one's not really doing anything that I could see. Plug Power, again, seeing a little bit of volume here, up by about 1.3. Let's look at DEC, D-E-C-K. So DEC reporting earnings. The stock is gapping up in the pre-market. Let me just check the just want to check the short interest in DEC. I think there is a decent amount of short interest in DEC. So DEC reported earnings, and it is a double beat. Big top line and bottom line beat. It's up 11.5% in the pre-market. Approximately 8.2 million shares sold short, representing 5.52% of the float with a short interest ratio, 2 days to cover. So the short interest has gone down, but it's roughly about 5%. So it's not that much. 2 days to cover 8.22 million shares. Enough to squeeze a little bit more. There's definitely enough. I think DEC is probably going to hit this 120 level at the minimum. It's your EMA 113. Let's just see where we went in the pre-market. Yeah, so you can see you already spiked well above that 120 level. But definitely an interesting trade down here. Maybe a bit of a momentum trade if we get a pullback into, say, this 112 zone. It could look for a continuation long. So we'll keep that one on watch. Let's see what else we got moving here. Some of your high flyers, LIDR, after it had a huge move up yesterday. Big sell off, trying to press a little bit higher here in the near term. FIO. Let's look at FIO here. Yeah, FIO is not a bad chart. It's actually had a nice amount of consolidation. This one could be an absolute squeezer today, guys. Let me just look up something for FIO. Give me a real quick second here. So FIO is up about 20% in the pre-market here. As of December, short interest, okay, that's pretty old. It's got a small short interest. Just see what the news is on this guy. So FIO Pharmaceuticals announces agreement with the U.S. manufacturing source for drug substance. Company developing therapeutics using its proprietary Intelsil gene silencing technology to eliminate cancer. Ooh, okay. Cancer pump. This stock could move. Entered a comprehensive drug substance development services agreement with the U.S. manufacturer. The company will provide an analytical process development of its CGMP manufacturer of FIO's lead clinical development compound PH762. This represents a critical next step in advancing FIO's intratumoral program to treat cutaneous sarcomas. I don't even know what that word is. FIO is currently enrolling patients for the 5th and expected final cohort in its phase 1b dose escalation study for cutaneous squamous cell carcinoma. Merkel cell, all the medical terms. I am not a doctor or a data scientist or a whatever. But it's basically looking to pop up here. Continuation move higher. Positive announcement regarding starting results in phase. This one could absolutely squeeze, guys. Let's see what the market cap is on this bad boy. Right now it is up 20%. Let's see where it spiked to. So you can see the high spike of around $4. That one could move up in the pre-market. We'll continue to watch that one. Because if you get some sort of a higher low pattern, we just trade that higher low, break, put a stop loss below that low. Market cap, let me just see what this guy is. Market cap is tiny. I mean, so you could see a pump on this just based off of this cancer news. Just obviously recognize it is a light stock. Volume trends are typically very, very low. I don't know what the volume is trading right now. Yeah, so you typically are trading with a volume on the 30-day is around 168,000. Right now you're trading just on the 4-hour candle over 3.29 million. So this stock could basically rip to the upside on the back of that cancer news. It's a high flyer, but I'll watch it on my side screen here. Maybe we get a bit of a long. Another name where just common shares, they probably don't even have an options chain, but just common shares long, you know, 1,000 shares, $3,000. You could make a nice little trade there. I'm just eyeing up this gap fill and a squeeze. That looks kind of interesting. All right, let's keep scrolling through some things here, guys. So we are seeing, let's look at our commodity market. Oil, energy, nat gas. So we are seeing nat gas down a little bit today. It was down a little bit more, but it is trying to rebound off of these lows down here. So nat gas is trying to potentially consolidate. It might be in the early stages of a bear flag. So that's what we kind of need to watch for. If nat gas can get a weekly close back above this upsloping trend line, that would be a positive sign, in my opinion. So nat gas, if it can push back above this trend line, that would be a short-term positive sign. As long as we remain below this trend line, we are likely heading sub $3 on nat gas. If we look at some of the nat gas equities here, obviously nat gas is the EQT did have earnings and it gapped down a little bit, saw a bit of a gap up buying program. Still a little choppy down here, nothing for me to buy. AR, AR is another one that's even more oversold than EQT. Still looking fairly weak down here. I have a buy level on AR around 30, Pierce of 31 bucks. Let's look at WTI crude. So crude oil, I've been watching for this short zone. It actually did hit my short level. Nevertheless, I'm waiting for crude to maybe do a little bit of a peekaboo breakout of this trend line. I think crude oil can maybe do an hourly chart breakout into the zone, stop a lot of trade out, and then make its move down. So that's kind of my expectations for crude oil right now. But it is shaping up for a bit of a bear flag in my opinion. All right, what else we got going on? Let's take a peek at gold and silver. So gold continuing to come down, guys. It does look like a failed breakout on gold. Obviously, gold is still in a very strong uptrend, but down 0.9 on the session. So it is under pressure. Silver right now also coming in, still holding some massive bullish technical structure on the larger time frame, just backing and filling here on the intraday session. Still like silver on the long side. I think it's going to have one more pump to the high side, almost like a blow off top move. So I still like silver. I think we can get a push higher, even though SILJ is taking a bit of a move down. Looking at uranium here, uranium has been one strong commodity. It is due for a bit of a pullback. I think this was a failed breakout that you're going to observe on the daily. Stocks like Oklo have had massive surges to the upside. SMR, they are coming in a little bit more. I was hoping Oklo got a little bit higher, but nevertheless, it does look like they're potentially putting in a bit of a near-term top. All right, so now we can go back to some of these individual stocks. China stocks are under a bit of pressure today. Baba seeing some sell side, Baidu, XPEV, all of those names are under a little bit of pressure in the morning. Nvidia down slightly. So here we have a bit of a unique, there's a bit of a unique rally that's potentially going to occur in this market. Names like Crocs, names like Deck, that's gapping up. See what Nike, Lulu is. There's been a bit of a hot trend recently. Let's look at AEO. So more of your consumer discretionary stocks potentially are catching a bit of a bid here. So AEO obviously had that gap up on Sydney Sweeney. Basically releasing some commercials for AEO. But some of your consumer discretionary stocks could be due for a bit of a run and move higher here. Nike's still looking strong. It looks like Nike wants to press into the $80 handle. Amazon obviously also looking like it wants to continue to go higher in my opinion. It's strong off of the open here. Maybe Tesla is finally putting in a bit of a low here before it makes its grind higher. You also have Birkenstocks, BIRK. These are just some names that obviously we entered in on the long side yesterday. So BIRK, I think this could be a high short interest squeeze target for your Wall Street bets. It's not really being talked about right now, but it is quietly moving up to the high side, guys. It is moving up here, quietly moving up. So I like BIRK. Another one that I like on the squeeze side is IBRX. This is another name recapturing this daily EMA 113 off of a higher low pattern. Nice little potential 3-bar surge going to continue. This is going to shape up, I think, a move into this 360 zone. And then we should see a potential breakout of this inverse head and shoulders that is forming. Again, CNC is trying to form a little bit of a low here. If you bought that low, which I think Anonymous did, off of the open down here, you're laughing. I mean, I was looking at a little bit more. I missed that target. I wasn't really looking at my charts too early this morning. But nevertheless, it is starting to push up. We're down in the position quite sharply, but we'll see if we can get some money out of that, or at least a break even over the long term. All right, let me see if I can see any other opportunities here, guys. And of course, if there's anything that you guys are observing, just let me know. 5 minutes ago, Trump says there's a 50-50 chance of a trade deal with EU. Interesting. I still think SPY is going to see a little bit more downside. EW, ticker Edward Life Sciences, is gapping up here as well. Let's take a peek at that guy. Yeah, Edward Life Sciences, a nice little inverse head and shoulders can be observed here. Very, very clean breakout on the daily chart. Very clean. I got to lower this neckline a little bit. So that one, upside potential on EW, ticker EW. That one could press to about 85 bucks. And you have that gap fill right around here, so does look like it wants to press higher. EW. A little bit of near-term resistance with this trend line that I'm seeing. You can see that little trend line pivot high to pivot high. But it should try to get through there. There's a bigger zone here that I'm watching. Actually, yeah, that is some near-term resistance. Hitting that upside channel. We'll see if EW can work itself through, but it does look like EW is looking like a nice little swing trade long. Let's see, ODFL. What the heck's going on there? ODFL. Yeah, so ODFL is also trying to break out ahead of its earnings. Seeing a little bit of volume here in the pre-market. Not a bad looking chart. You can see it's bubbled up against this EMA 113, rejected once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and now you're gapping up through that zone. So this one does look like a breakout chart candidate, guys. ODFL moving up quite nicely here. Quite nicely. We're seeing our stocks trying to press a little bit higher, guys. On the back of Intel. We still have a half position long common shares. We already trimmed that. around the 778 zone. So we're still looking for SOXS to move higher. This does look like a potential little basing, stage 1 intraday basing formation that could press above the $8 level. I'm looking at 820 target right back into this wide range red bar breakdown. So semiconductors are certainly on watch, guys, for some more distribution today, and that's obviously could put additional pressure on the Qs. So definitely make sure you're watching semis today. Let's see what else we got going on. Newmont reported record earnings after gold has been surging. I mean, look at Newmont. Gold is down on the session and Newmont's still continuing to grind because it had a huge report. Very strong balance sheet, free cash flow, record high. What was it? 1.5 billion ounces of gold, 30,000 tons of copper. Monster move on Newmont. Very solid earnings report. And obviously that does have a big weighting in the GDX, so go figure. You are seeing gold basically down in the session, and GDX is still hanging in there. Maybe Newmont sees a reversal, gets shorted into, but strong report nonetheless. So right now, dollar's up 0.36%. Yields are kind of just mixed. You have the VIX slightly green in the pre-market. Qs are flat, SPY's flat. IWM's leading the charge right now to the upside. Let's see what else we got moving here. Pre-market top losers. Let's look at the CHTR, so Charter Communications. Gapping down here on its earnings. A nasty little head and shoulders potentially triggering here. This one's a tough one to trade. I mean, you're probably going to get a sweep, guys, of these lows here at the minimum. At the minimum, let them sweep these areas here. You know, this one might be an interesting short trade, guys. Charter Communications. Let's just see where we fell to. Yeah, you're near the dead lows. They're going to keep dumping this one in the pre-market. I would suspect that they're probably going to take it below this area here, guys. So if you're looking for, you know, call it a nice 10-point short trade, I think that this one could easily hit, you know, down in this double bottom and sweep these lows for sure. Let me see where I would consider taking a long on Charter. Let me just look at this name on my other screen. Yeah, you've knifed through the daily 200 moving average like a hot knife through butter. You're knifing through the weekly 50 moving average. Jeez, yeah, this is a nasty technical breakdown on Charter Communications. I'm just doing a little bit of work here on my other screen to see where I'd consider taking a long. So 320 is your value area low, but you're probably going to get through that as well. Yeah, 319.42, which is still below this area. Wow. Look at Carvana in a second. This charter, we might have a day trade long. I'm just looking at a couple things here. Oh, that's a big technical breakdown in this name, guys. It's a really big technical breakdown. CHTRs, I do have a level. We're at 311.75. Let me just draw. 311.75 is the starter position on CHTR. Should get down there today. So I mean that does dictate that we could fall another 5-6% down here in this name. So it's still a lot of potential. There's still a lot of meat on the bone for a short even today. Gapping through that gap. So I'll put a little alert there, guys. And if I miss it, someone let me know. I shouldn't miss it. Let's look at Carvana. Yeah, Carvana gapping up today. This one probably gets a continuation short to the downside. It's almost trading inversely with the market. Your aggressive level to short Carvana would be a 618 retrace of this wide range red bar. So call it 330. Let me zoom this up here a little bit. So 336.05 looks like a short level on Carvana. Nice healthy retrace. Yeah, you can see we even hit that in the pre-market. So you can see how you already had resistance off that. I didn't even see that. You just had massive resistance there. So that is kind of your line in the sand. Using that pre-market high as your short zone. If you get basically a 10-minute close above that, then you'd stop out of that trade. Yeah, we're gonna break below it. We should break below it on Carvana. We should. Yeah, we should. So RKT, another name that's given up pretty much all of the goods, seeing a little bit of strength today. Let's look at Rocket Labs. Yeah, it's a good short opportunity for sure, Carvana. But we just got to be mindful that the IWM right now in the pre-market is the strongest indice. So that's the only caution to the wind that you need to be mindful of. It is the strongest indice right now. So just recognize that. This is another interesting short potential, Rocket Labs. This one looks a little bit distribution. I mean, maybe, just maybe you get one move higher. Let me look at this weekly chart. Yeah, that's a big weekly RSI divergence. Monster. Looks kind of interesting. Alright, let's see if we can find anything else here. Comcast down. So communication stocks are a little bit weak today. GPC, Genuine Parts, that's also down. I need to grab some more coffee here before the market opens, guys. So I will BRB. Actually, that's firmed up in the pre-market. We did have consumer durable goods orders out at 8:30. We have the Atlanta Fed GDP at 11:30. That's pretty much it for So again, some of your most active stocks right now: Intel, CNC, Tesla, Apple, nvidia, SRPT, which we're looking at along on Sarepta Therapeutics, QuantumScape seeing a little bit of volume, Deckers. Alright guys, I'm gonna grab some more coffee. So really it comes down to SRPT. SRPT long, that's my setup that I'm looking at today. If you're aggressive, you'd buy it right at the open. I'm gonna see how it handles here. I want to see maybe even a sweep of these lows, but it looks like there's a lot of volume here to catch at least a little bit of a bounce trade, maybe even back up to that prior day high. So you can see if we even get a little bit of a bounce trade down here, I mean, just from this low candle to this is a potential 22-23% range. And then we'll quickly discuss buy expectations again. I still lean a little bit net short based off that doji candle, but it's very similar. You could sweep the highs and then make a little bit of a move lower. But I still think SPY is going to go through some more distribution. Right now it is gapping up. You're still above these key trend lines, but let me grab some coffee and then we'll jump into this next day trading session, guys. It's a 632.75, kind of correlating with this lower boundary trend line. But we'll see how the market wants to open here. And I'm going to watch two charts here. Again, SRPT long, guys, looks very intriguing to me. SRPT long. I'm going to do a 1/3 position on SRPT. I'm going to accumulate around 11 and sub $11. First entry will be around 11. So markets are opening up in about a minute here. Also looking to double down on my CNC position if it goes a little lower. If it goes a little lower. SPY trading just above 635, looking to open up above 635 here. Here we go, guys. Alright, I am looking at this SRPT, guys, for a long. Come on, give us a little bit lower. SPY's trying to hold that EMA 113 on the 5-minute. Big surge on nvidia off of the open. Really big push on nvidia. AMD coming in. $250 would be crazy on UNH. Yeah, it would be crazy on UNH. Absolutely would be. I'd be buying more down there. But I don't think that's going to happen. Still getting some heavy sell side in Tesla, or sorry, in Intel, trying to bounce slightly. Tesla's breaking out to the high side, guys. Look at Tessie. So you have your consumer discretionaries absolutely trying to rip here. Tesla ripping here. Big move up on Tesla. Nice to see that. Beautiful job on Tessie, guys. Joby coming in. Open is up a little bit. Chipotle catching a bounce. Intel approaching a bit of a short zone down. Come on, SRPT. I want to see you go lower. It's down 11%. We can go a little bit lower on this SRPT. It's holding a little bit of support. SPY still trying to press here. AMD coming in. nvidia reversing sharply, guys. So nvidia now coming in. Apple still holding steady. Tesla's ripping up 1.7. Palantir's up a couple percent. Crocs is doing really well. IBRX, guys, that's starting to try to wake up and squeeze. IBRX, high short interest name, guys. IBRX is a high short interest name. This one could absolutely moonshot. It is starting to catch a little bit of attention here on the daily chart. Let's see if it holds up intraday. Birkenstock also holding steady here, guys. Beautiful move on Birkenstock. That's trying to move up. UNH, guys. UNH is also trying to firm up here. New lows on Intel. Look at UNH trying to wake up. The CNC is right back down to the lows, guys. I am looking at doubling down on my CNC long position, but it needs to go a little bit lower. It needs to go a little bit lower. I have a target around of sub 25 bucks. Tesla's still moving here. Good morning, JP. Welcome, welcome. So again, I'm still looking at a long on this SRPT, guys, but I want to see it go down a little bit. I'm still looking at a long on SRPT. HTOO, that's starting to squeeze to the high side. My oh my. LHAI. That's still trying to squeeze to the high side. Deck is still up 17%. What a monster on Deck. Coming in a little bit now. WST, we still have half those common shares short from yesterday. Just remember that. SPY trying to push right back up here. Intel still looking a little bit weak. nvidia still seeing a bit of distribution. Meta's positive. Palantir's ripping here. UNH is moving. CNC going back to the positive. AMD trying to go for another high of day breakout. They're trying to bounce the CRT, guys. Again, I am interested in going long, but I'm hoping for one more little sweep of the lows. We should get one more potential sweep of these lows on SRPT. little bit more green starting to appear on the screen. Bitcoin still down 1.5%. Nat gas going back to the negative side. Tesla still very strong, up 1.85%. Still gonna watch this SRPT on my other screen. See this HTOO. That one, HTOO. There's an aggressive short on HTOO back at the 50-day moving average. That's maybe where it wants to retest. MCT. Alright, there's a potential short on this MCVT as well. Interesting. We'll leave it alone. It's a high flyer. Tesla's still very strong here. Tesla's starting to try to punch for that 312 area, guys. Look at Tesla. So we could absolutely profit from our 340 calls. After taking 175% on the downside put hedge yesterday, Tesla, one of the stronger mag names right now, trying to push here. Trying to push. Market is still very, very strong. SPY is approaching the short level here. Again, Intel should go a little bit lower. Consolidating bearishly here. What's this SRPT doing? Come on, give us a sweep of the lows, SRPT. Give us a sweep of the lows. SPY still holding steady. Open is up 5% now. Nvidia slightly negative. QuantumScape getting absolutely demolished today, down another 8.86%. ASTS getting slaughtered. Wow. Crypto stocks under pressure. Mara down a couple percent on the session. Look at ASTS. Let's look at RKLB, Rocket Labs. That's also down slightly on the session. China stocks are under a bit of pressure as well. Bitcoin's still seeing a lot of distribution here. BTC. What else we got moving? Palantir strong. SBET trying to catch a little bit of volume here. Let's look at that charter, CHTR, because that was obviously gapping down quite sharply. Yeah, charter looks like it's a short, guys. Intel looks like it's a continuation short. SPY starting to come in a little bit now. Guys, I'm going to take a charter put option. I'm going to get into the 330 0 DDEs here. Oh, spread is freaking so wide, guys. No, the spread's too wide, but charter is going to go down. Damn. Ooh, I'm getting an alert on Chewy. Why is this charter spread so freaking wide? That pisses me off. Alright, let's look at the 325s. Let's see if that's a little bit tighter. Yeah, alright guys, I'm going to take a 325 put on charter here. I'm just slapping the 325 put on charter. Got filled at 330. 330. Hmm, 330. I got filled on charter. 325 put. Ram's asking my thoughts on SPY. I think SPY comes lower. It's just going through its opening range, volume tapping zone. I think SPY. You're seeing nvidia negative, Intel, semis are down. I think SPY is going to come lower. All right, guys. So I'm in that 325 put 0DT on Charter. Let's play ball. 325 put. I honestly think Charter can probably go to about 311 today. It's going to be a lot of attempts at trying to bounce it. So nvidia is still looking weak, guys, near the lows. AMD holding steady. IWM breaking down a little bit. So IWM going negative. That was your strongest tape. Once again, the IWM is seeing some more selling. Come on, take us lower. Come on, Charter. Dump it. Dump it. IWM still looking weak. I'm still interested in a long on SRPT, guys. That's coming in. Let it sweep those lows. Let SRPT sweep those lows. Come on, Charter. Punch it to the downside. Come on. Absolutely drip it lower, guys. Drip it lower. Come on, Charter. Keep going. SPY's starting to come down a little bit. Here we go. 325 puts are starting to potentially get in the money here, guys, on HTR. And I do think that there's a chance that Charter can still go all the way down here. It's going to take market weakness. But I'm thinking we're going to try to sweep these lows, guys, on Charter. You know, those lows are sitting all the way down to around 312 sweep. There's a potential for that. Still watching SRPT, guys, for a long. That's still holding steady. CNC is making a nice little bullish reversal. Take a look at Centene here. Huge reversal. Pushing back up off of that zone. I was hoping for a little bit lower. It did go negative. I should have doubled my position. But this one could absolutely shoot all the way back up to 30 bucks, if not higher. So oversold on the daily. SRPT trying to come in a little bit. nvidia bouncing. Joby seeing some weakness. ASTS space stocks are still under pressure. Oscar, that's holding steady. Open, that's gone negative. Tesla's still up 1.82. Nvidia's slightly down. Apple's positive. SPY's still holding technical structure here. SPY is still holding technical structure. We're seeing Palantir green. We still have some runners on this WST from yesterday, guys. That one also looks like it wants to take out the lows from yesterday. WST, I still think, can push down to about this 260 zone. So we took a nice 5% on the day trade yesterday. BTC, guys, really dumping hard here. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin trying to take out and test these lows here. Let's see if that happens. Come on, Bitcoin. Come on down. UNH doing really well here. That's up a couple percent. IWM near the lows, guys. SPY's probably going to follow suit, but we just need to be patient with it. They're holding SPY steady here. Come on, Charter. Start to go lower. Start to go lower, Charter. Come on down, CHTR. Come on down. SPY still holding steady. AMD still acting well. nvidia getting a really big bounce. Intel still near the lows. Guys, I think Intel is a short down to 20 bucks. So another 60-cent drop on Intel could be coming into the picture. Another 60-cent drop on Intel could come in. You can see Intel's chart here. It is starting to drip lower right near the lows of that session. So it's looking pretty weak still. Crude oil's negative, gold's negative, nat gas positive, Bitcoin down 2.2, Dow's positive, SPY's positive, Q's are flat, IWM negative, nvidia negative. There's a little bit of a new low test coming on Intel. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. Come on down. CNC trying to push higher here, up 3.7 now. SoFi's negative. Meta's still holding strength. Palantir still holding strength. Roblox still holding strength. Intel's going to give us some new lows. Let's look at Carvana here. Yeah, Carvana coming in hot, guys. So if you shorted that area that we discussed in the pre-market, pierced through it by a large margin, now it's coming in. Carvana looks like it's going to go negative as well, guys. IWM's still looking fairly weak here. Look at the IWM just dumping down. This should translate into 500 weakness, guys. I'd be shocked if the IWM's falling this fast after being the strongest indice at the open, now the weakest. It should correlate with SPY seeing some downside today, guys. AMD still holding steady. Charter loses more broadband customers in Q2 as competition heats up. Some shares of the company fell more than 12. Charter's in-air customers decreased by 117,000, guys. This is a nasty print. Look at our 325 puts, guys. They are in the money here. Beautiful. Oh my god, these are printing. So just reading a headline here, Charter's in-air customers decreased by 117,000 in April and June period compared with the 60,000 lost in the prior quarter. Analysts had expected it to shed 72,000 customers according to Visible Alpha. Wow. But they shed 117,000. Oh my god, they're gonna really knife this stock lower. That just makes me more confident in the short. Trader did add 500,000 mobile lines compared with expectations for a rise of 538,000. So they pretty much missed everywhere. Everywhere. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Come on, drop Charter lower. Drop it lower. AMD still strong. Big bounce on nvidia. Bitcoin still down a couple percent. Tesla seeing a little bit of a pullback. Intel getting a bit of a bounce off of the lows. Trying to hold a bit of a double bottom. TXN, guys, is coming down nicely. That name's definitely coming down nicely. UNH still holding strength. Metasla 0.43. Tesla still at 1.38. TXN at the lows. TXN, we might have a day trade long on TXN, guys. That's starting to fall quite nicely. I do like that fall on TXN. Still watching SRPT. Take a look at this TXN chart, guys. We might have a scalp long. I might consider just common shares again on this name. But if you're wanting to get into some put or some call options, it is a nice little bit of a 0 DTE since we're on a Friday. You could look for buying in the money puts. So we get down to this 183 zone, buy the 183 zeros. That could work out. I think that could work out. You know, we might even go as low as this 180-140 zone. Just as a heads up. We could go even lower. than that long level that I gave yesterday, considering we consolidated for several hours. But it's looking like a potential. Does look like a little potential long scalp. IWM still holding steady here. Trying to find a bit of buyers off of that Pierce of 223. Cabin Ambient saying QS probably going lower. Yeah, look at QuantumScape getting absolutely dusted, guys. They're really snaking that liquidity out of some of these high interest, high flying stocks. nvidia now seeing a little bit of selling. Minor selling could translate into a down leg in SPY. Come on down. Come on down, nvidia. AMD still holding steady. What else we got? Intel now down 9%. You have Open getting killed here. Let's look at AEO, American Eagle again. That name's still holding positive structure. Looks like it wants to try to take out the highs on AEO, guys. Let's look at NKE again, Nike. Nike looking like it wants to fill its gap to the downside. How's DEC doing? Coming in a little bit. Alright, let's look back to our charter, CHTR. Charter still hanging off of that 325 strike zone, guys. I still like it for even more downside. I still like it for even more downside, guys. Come on down. Tesla's still trying to push higher. CNC only up 1.5% now. That's coming in a little bit. Lucid's negative. Big Bear AI is negative. This ATNF here. ATNF trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Pulling in from the highs. Back testing your first little support area. SPY trying to bid a little bit of a breakout. Peekaboo breakout here. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Still watching SRPT for a long. AMD's printing a new high. So AMD is starting to firm up a little bit more. Bitcoin's still weak here. Intel's still weak. Charter back below 325 and printing to the downside. So if we get any sort of weakness in SPY, this is going to dump, guys, Charter. I love it. Keep going. Make this down 20% on the session. Certainly has the fundamental backdrop of a weak earnings to be down sharply. Guys, if you want to take SPY puts here off of a peekaboo breakout of this trend line, that's definitely looking like a high value short. I'm probably going to do that. I'm going to take some SPY put options here, guys. I'm going to take 635 zeros, 635 0 DTEs. Here we go. This is the sweep. Alright guys, I'm in SPY puts here. Starter position, half position. Long the 635 0 DTEs. Got filled at 63 cents. Alright, so I'm short SPY here, guys. I'm short SPY. Intel trying to print to the lows. Where I'd add if need be is right up here, with SPY's trying to dip here. So I'd add to my SPY short 635 zeros around this area. Nvidia is ripping here. Whoa, look at Nvidia going. Nvidia, is that a new all-time high? Getting freaking close. Yes, it is, guys. Nvidia new all-time high yet again. Just printing to the high side. Absolute monster. Absolute monster. So SPY's a tough short here. Nvidia is still pressing. Wow, what an absolute monster push. AMD. So again, next ad would be around 635.75 SPY short. Come on down, SPY. Nvidia trying to sweep some major liquidity here. Still holding my 635 in sorry, not my 325s in charter. I think charter's still gonna go lower, although it is getting a small bounce here. Still watching SRPT, guys, for a long setup. Nvidia still absolutely ripping face here. What else we got? UNH still positive. CNC trying to firm up. IBRX gave up the goods there. Meta still trying to push. Palantir, Roblox still pushing. China stocks still seeing a bit of distribution. Bitcoin still struggling here. Tesla still looking quite firm on the session. Nice little consolidation. There's a nice dip on SPY, guys. Beautiful dip on SPY. Come on down. Take us lower, guys. Take SPY negative. Will SPY go negative today? GEV. Let's take a peek. So nice little entry there on our SPY puts, guys. Those are absolutely printing. Where I think SPY's going, really I want to see us lose that EMA 113 on the 3-minute chart. But I think at minimum we're going to get a retest of this 5-minute chart, 634.41 zone. Yeah, look at this GAV squeeze, guys. Nice observation there. I should be due for a pullback here. If you're wanting to take some put options on that, I have no issues with that. Actually, yeah, I like that for a put option play, guys. Yep, I'm getting in right here, guys. I'm looking at GEV put options here. This is a nice swing short, guys. Good observation there. Kevin, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Yeah, definitely some put options. Let me just see what, I just want to see what the chain is like. Yeah, that's a nice area to enter off of. Still coming down. Sorry, not August 14th, August 15th. All right, guys, I grabbed the August 15th 600 puts on GEV. I just slapped the ask on that 1060. You can get it 10 cents cheaper here. Again, it's a risky stock. It's expensive, but a couple contracts for me. A couple grand in the trade. GEV, put options. That one should see at least a bit of a breather. Back to the downside. Look at Charter, guys. Absolutely printing. Let's go. Charter's absolutely printing to the downside. My, oh my, look at this move down on Charter, guys. That's a filthy gain. That is filthy. Beautiful move. Wow, look at Charter, guys. We're absolutely crushing that trade. Come on down. Beautiful. I love it. I absolutely love it. The spread is wide on those contracts, but wow, we're up almost 150% on these put options, guys, on Charter. I'm still looking for more. The market's still staying strong. You have nvidia, AMD, Tesla absolutely rippling. Tesla going for another new high of day. Charter's knifing here. So mega cap tech is getting kind of almost looks to be one more little hoorah squeeze. In AMD squeezing up 2%, Intel just knifing, Charter knifing down here, Amazon's negative, Google still holding steady, IWM still negative, QQQ taking leadership again. Look at Charter, man. Oh, Charter, nasty. That is filthy, guys. Come on, Charter. What a filthy move down. Spy, come on down, Spy. Come on down, Spy. Here we go. Here we go. Next leg lower. Let's see nvidia start to give it up. Nvidia is seeing some distribution here now. A little bit of a 10-minute topping tail, piercing that all-time high. Take Spy lower here. Take us lower. Take us lower, Spy. Come on down. We're still riding Spy puts here. I want this to go lower, this market. Take us down. Take us down. nvidia right back up. Charter's still dumping, guys. Look at Charter go. Oh my goodness. Huge move down on CHTR. I love that, guys. I absolutely love that. SPY now starting to dip. Look at the exit stage left occurring in Charter, guys. This is filthy breakdown. If the market wasn't firm with nvidia and the like still trying to push, this thing would be absolutely tearing even more to the downside. They are just dumping CHTR. We're up over, pushing, oh my goodness. Pushing 200%, almost up 200% here on CHTR, guys. Come on, give us more. SPY, we're green on our SPY short, but what a monster trade on Charter, guys. I still think we can go lower. There might be a mini bounce here, as seen by the markets, but Charter can still go lower, guys, till about this. Remember, I said that pre-market sweep we could see max pain for the bulls because there's a lot of people trying to buy this dip in charter. It's still a very, very big stock, has a big weight, large weighting in the XLC communications basket. So max pain would be to try to sweep this volume reversal here. Look how big that daily candle is, guys. Look at this daily reversal candle. That is a, how big is that candle? I'm trying to see it here. It's not showing up on my chart, but look at that candle. That's a 12% range candle, bullish reversal. They want to sweep that. Charter's ripping. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is filthy. That is freaking filthy, guys. From 330 right now, the ask is at 12. Bid is at 880. The spread is blowing out. That's telling me we're probably going lower. They don't want people to enter on the put side. They don't even want to give them a chance unless you want to pay a huge premium on it. Oh my God, we just tapped 920 on the bid. Come on. Come on, give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. We're well up over 200% if we hit that ask. Obviously, we're not going to get filled there. The bid right now is trading at 9 from 330 to 9 if we trim here on charter. Wow, that is a monster trade, guys. 910. If we get a bid at $10, guys, I'm gonna trim. If we get a bid at $10 right now, it's at 950. 950 on the bid. I'm gonna trim half of my charter puts if we get a. Come on, give us 10. Give us 10 here on the bid. They're trying to bounce a little bit. Spread is still blowing out here. SPY, come on, give SPY a down leg. AMD still strong. Tesla still ripping up 2.63% on Tessie. But huge trade on charter. Everyone had the chance to get in on that trade. Even if you took an extra 10-20% premium for my entry, I mean, what's an extra 10 to 20% when you're banking almost 200% on this trade? Nothing. Nothing. Come on down, charter. Give us more. Give us more. Come on. And the market is barely sold. I am still holding those 6.5 zeros. They did briefly tap in the money. We're short off of this higher level here. We gave that level, that little peekaboo breakout, liquidity sweep. Nvidia is still strong. AMD is still strong. So we're not really seeing these names give up the goods yet, which is probably what's going to be the next leg down in this market. Tesla's still absolutely soaring and roaring here. Monster move down on CHTR. Give us more downside, CHTR. Let's look at what that IWM is doing. That's still trading sub 223. You've now had the Dow Jones Industrial go negative. So does that mean Apple has gone negative? Apple struggling. Did briefly tap the negative there. QQQ still outperforming everything right now. Intel catching a little bit of a bounce. SRPT, that was a long trade that we were looking at. That's trying to move up quietly. Nice rally off of the 11-12 zone. CHTR, guys, coming for another trip to the basement. Give us a 3-bar surge on this 5-minute chart. Come on, CHTR. Take us down. Take us down. Spread is blowing out, guys. It's telling me CHTR wants to go lower. They want people who are trying to short this and chase the puts. They want them to pay ahead. All right, guys. There's 11 on the bid. I am taking half. I am taking half of my contracts off there. We just hit 11 there on the bid. Oh my goodness. What a friggin' profit. Now I'm moving a stop loss to basically in the money. You were still printing 10-20 on the bid there, 12 over 12 on the ask. Monster trade CHTR. $234 on first trim. Huge trade, guys. Huge trade off of the open there. That's a monster gain. I am freaking happy. I'm so happy. Let's see if SPY wants to go lower now. They are getting a little bit of a push here. Again, a half position. I would add to my SPY short if we swept this high here. Charter is still printing to the downside. All right, guys. So where I look to exit my full charter position is basically right here at TP2, guys. Around 312, just above 312, I'd look to exit my full charter short position. I still think that we can sweep on the daily chart this low pivot here. I still think we can sweep this low pivot. But we're getting very extremely oversold here on THTR. But those 325 puts that we entered up here around 330 absolutely flew off the chart. SPY now. SPY seeing some huge strength coming back into the picture. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Absolutely, Ram. Absolutely, JP. I am happy. That was a monster trade, guys. That was huge for me. SPY puts can go to 0 and I'd still be well ahead on the session today, day trading. But I still think they're just keeping this market buoyant here during this opening range volume. They've been really keeping the morning sessions strong. Again, we're still slightly positive on our SPY puts. We're still slightly positive. Again, my average on these SPY zeros is 63 cents, half position. I would consider adding at a sweep of this high. Alright. And we get a flush into the 312 zone, guys. TXN hitting my long level. Uh-oh. TXN alert coming in. TXN must be dumping still, guys, because that just triggered an alert for me. TXN is hitting a long level that I discussed. The question is, do I want it? I don't know if I want it now. Because SPY, I still think can come down. But TXN hitting my long level. Maybe a little bit lower, guys, on TXN, then I'd consider taking it. But TXN up here to the extremes, down 1.23%. If I didn't think SPY was going to dip, I'd be taking it here, but it could be an inverse mover, TXN. I'm going to put another alert, sub 183 on TXN. That's my better level. And we did get an alert on Chewy for a long. Chewy, I think, is hitting an interesting swing trade level here, guys. Sweeping these lows, back testing the 618. Chewy, not bad. Not bad on Chewy. I think some lotto upside squeeze calls might be an interesting play. Nvidia is starting to see some distribution. CNC trying to move up here nicely. I think you could see small caps catch more of a bid as the mega caps go through distribution here. Come on, take SPY lower here. Look at the nice little bullish cross of the 50 and the 20. Chewy's interesting down here, guys. Bit of a potential squeeze play. Keep your eye on Chewy, guys. That is interesting. I might want to sweep this little low here. I'm going to drop my alert a little bit lower on Chewy. I want to see this 20-day float up a little bit more. Kind of sweep this little bottoming tail. But that one is on watch for a long trade, guys. Intel catching a nice bid. So it seems that nvidia and Intel are kind of playing the opposites here. Alright, guys. I'm going to exit my full charter position very shortly, guys. Very shortly. Charter is coming into a massive level here. Massive level. Get ready to exit charter very shortly here. It's dumping. And there might be a long trade on charter. So we flip from shorts to long. There could be a long trade on charter. I'm just going to see what I'd consider trading on the long side. Just give me a second. They are trying to bounce it here a little bit. Spread is blowing out still on the put side. Come on, give us one more little low on charter. We should go a touch lower on charter. So I want them to sweep those absolute lows. SPY still holding steady. Nvidia starting to come in a little bit here, guys. Nvidia coming in really hard off of that all-time high price. Bitcoin still down a couple percent. Tesla still holding bullish structure, but seeing a little bit of distribution. I did say that LiDAR, if it retested that 50-day, I think it's short. Let me see where it's at. I still holding steady here. Wow, this LiDAR is strong, guys. LIDR is very, very strong. Nah, I don't really want to do anything there with that. Let's look back on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still looking somewhat heavy here. Again, the CHTR spread is still trying, guys. It's a little bit lower on CHTR. SPY still trying to press here. SPY 5-minute chart trying to form an inverse head and shoulders. Quite remarkable. Quite remarkable. Today, Octa is screaming higher, guys. OKTA making a nice bullish recovery off of the lows. Look at that move on Octa's daily chart. It is something to behold. Octa's screaming higher here. SPY's trying to push, guys. Look at OKTA ripping to the upside here. SPY testing that short zone that we entered off of once. SPY is one tough indice lately. You know, the shorts, it's just such a hard thing to short right now. SPY. I mean, I should have just shorted IWM, but SPY is just one tough SOB. It's crazy. Sweeping highs yet again. I mean, the ranges on SPY are just crazy. It's almost like they don't want to give anyone a big 0DT move. You just got to scalp for, you know, 20-30% here recently. It's pretty remarkable, that's for sure, SPY. Pretty remarkable. CNC, guys, making a nice move off of the lows. I wish I added to CNC. but making a really nice daily chart bottoming tail. Really strong bottoming tail off of the lows. Saw some heavy volume accumulation there once. Now you're seeing it again. Alright, a little bit of a rejection off of that similar area to SPY. Very same opening range high rejection. Big rejection there on SPY, guys. That's nice. That's a nice rejection. Everyone had the opportunity to even take a better fill in the SPY puts than I did. But that's a really nice rejection. CHTR trying to catch a little bit of a bounce here. A little bit of a bounce. AMD still up 2.5. Tesla going for another new high a day. Come on, give me TP2 on CHTR. We tapped that 312 zone, and I would look to get out of all of these charter puts. Again, we banked 270% on the first trim, guys. First trim. Here comes charter, guys. Here comes the dip. Give it to us. Give it to us, charter. Take us to the profit land. Can we get over 300%? Alright, guys, it's tapping that exit zone on charter. It is tapping that exit zone on charter. I am going to look to exit all of my puts here. Come on, give me a little bit more. I want a higher trim than my first trim. Come on, give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit more. Spread is still a couple dollars here. Charter hitting my buy level now. The spread is blowing out on charter. It's a $4 spread. Alright, guys, I just trimmed there at 1260. 1260. It's printing 1270 on the bid right now. I'm all out at 1260, guys. I'm all out of charter at 1260. Huge gain there. Huge gain. And charter now is into a bit of an interesting long area here, guys. But SPY, we're still short SPY. Come on down, market. Come on down. Let's go. That was a monster trade, guys. From $3.3 a con to 1260. Monster trade, 282%, guys. And it's still going lower. And that was telegraphed in the pre-market. This is now into a long area, guys. Still banking on SPY puts, so there's still a lot of meat on this bone to chew. But we said in the pre-market, don't be surprised. We were trading all the way into this 340 handle on charter, and we said don't be surprised if charter sweeps these lows. What is charter doing right now? It's sweeping the lows, guys. What a filthy dump in this market. Oh my god, that was huge. Monster trade, guys. Monster trade. Love that. All right, let's see what else we got shaping up here. That was huge. So my 4 contracts, $13.20 a piece, $2,085 profit. I will take that every day of the week. Market's been open for 1 hour. We've been here since around 30. Over 2 grand profit there on that trade. We can rest easy here. And Charter's still going lower. I mean, look at this filthy move. We would have banked over 300%. Oh my God, Charter is just filthy. I'm actually considering a long here, guys. Guys, I like Charter for a bit of a long scalp here. Yeah, let's see what these call options are looking at now. What are we at? 310? Oh my God, that's filthy. All right, guys, high risk trade. I'm going to take 315 zeros on Charter, 315 0 DTEs, 315 0 DTEs on Charter. This is a high risk trade. I'm probably only going to take 1 contract here. Alright guys, I'm in Charter, 315 0 DTE calls. 0 DTE calls. I'm in Charter, 315 0 DTE calls, high risk, just 2 contracts. Let's play ball. So we're now flipping long on Charter. Still managing our SPY short. Just basically playing with a little bit of profits here. It's a high risk trade. This is a weak stock, a very negative print. Come on. Come on, Charter, get your big butt up there. I'm just playing with 2 contracts, guys. 2 contracts. Very small position. Just trying to play a little bit of a bounce here. GEV going higher. SPY still trying to press in this range. What a crazy session here, guys. What a crazy session. Come on, Charter. You can get a better fill than me. Come on, take us to 315. Print it. Print it to the high side. Alright, cons are trying to move up here. So we've flipped from bearish to bullish on Charter. Come on. Get a nice little dead cat bounce here on Charter. We're still down 18% on the session here. Not asking for that big of a bounce here. Obviously the market's still weak. This stock is weak. You've now swept those daily chart lows that we discussed in the pre-market. Look at that sweep of that low. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Extremely oversold here intraday. Doesn't mean it can't go lower. It's still a very weak name here, Charter. But we have made our money on the put side. And even if we lose this trade, we're still printing profits. I'm risking, a little over, close to 500 bucks on the trade. And we netted over 2 grand. So we're still locking in 1,500 regardless of the outcome of this Charter calls. Still short SPY. Hanging in there. Intel still looking a little bit weak. Nvidia still up by about 0.5% here. What else do we got shaking and moving? Open now down 6.2. Tesla still up 2.5%. CNC up 5. Guys, that's trying to make a little bit of a mover. QuantumScape down 7.68. Charter still hitting some lows here. People can get a better fill than me. I'm not going to add to this position. I'm just going to hold it. Win, lose, or draw. If we hit 315, we hit 315 and we make some money on the long side. If this position goes to zero, I lose about 500 bucks on Charter. But I'm walking away with $1,500 regardless of the outcome of this trade because of that huge short trade. All right, SPY coming in here, guys. We're still short SPY in the 635 zeros. Can this potentially dump it to the downside? I still have lower price targets on SPY. I still think SPY needs to retest this prior day low. But a huge distribution range here. Huge distribution range. Massive. Tesla's starting to come in a little bit now. You're getting some raises on GEV. They're getting some raises from certain funds. A little bit of news hitting the tape here. Honeywell. 11 o'clock, we do have the Atlanta Fed GDP. So perhaps the market is waiting for the Atlanta Fed GDP to come in. There goes Charter, guys. Charter trying to wake up here. Come on. SPY is still holding steady here. Come on, Charter. Take us to 315. Take us to 315. Get these calls in the money, guys. Come on. Come on. Starting to wake up here. Charter calls are starting to wake up. This is still a weak name. All we're looking for is between a 1.5 to 2% bounce. As soon as they tap 315, guys. Oh, calls are blowing out, guys. Spread is starting to widen on the call side here. Come on, Charter. Keep going. Keep going. SPY is still trying to make a move higher. Can we make money on both the short side of Charter and the long side? If we were to take profits right now, we would. But I'm looking for 315, guys. Come on, Charter. You've swept those daily chart lows. Huge 12% volume daily candle. Whoa, SPY spiking here, guys. SPY is spiking. I'm not going to add here on the second short. I would have to wait for a prior day high sweep. SPY is ripping here. Huge breakout there. Come on, Charter. Keep pushing. Get a nice little high volume spike here. Here we go, guys. Come on, Charter. Come on. Keep pressing. SPY's still trying to make a move higher here. Alright, guys. Charter's still pressing here. Come on. A little bit more for 315 TP. A little bit more. A little bit more for 315 TP. Come on. Starting to print. If you want to protect your trade with a break even, by all means. But Charter's starting to print here, guys. Let's go. Surfer is hitting Charter with us. Yes, sir. We are hitting. Come on, Charter. Keep punching. Keep punching. Here we go. Come on. A little bit more. A little bit more. Again, if you want to manage that trade with a break even, that's probably the smart thing to do. But I want that 315 target. The call spread is widening here. All right, 330 on tap on the bid. 330 on tap. We're up almost a full dollar. Come on. The spread is starting to get some crazy volatility on the call side, which is telling me that they probably want to push this up a little bit more. You have the market backdrop acting a little bit well here. Come on, a little bit more, Charter. You got it in you. This is a meager bounce. You're absolutely down still 17.5%. A little bit more of a bounce. A little bit more of a bounce. Come on. Come on. Come on, CHTR, get us at least $1 profit here. 30 cents between the bid and the ask, 40 cents now. Come on. 310 on the bid. Back down to 270 now. Some pretty crazy volatility. You have SPY still holding around this secondary short zone. Charter's still trying to see a little bit of selling here. Now, could Charter be trying to put in a 1-minute inverse head and shoulders? Let's see. SPY right now still trying to move higher. Looks like SPY wants to sweep this high pivot, guys. Looks like SPY wants to sweep this high pivot. We still could get a little bit more of a move up here on Charter. It's weak, but let's say this inverse head and shoulders wakes up here on Charter. You could get a move up to 318 on Charter. We'll see if it wants to give us a little bit of a 1-minute inverse head and shoulders. SPY's still trying to move up. Nvidia still tapping up against that previous all-time high. Tesla's starting to curl down a little bit on the 10-minute chart. UNH still strong. CNC still moving up. AMD still up 2.76%. Meta up 0.25. Palantir, Hood are ripping today. Okta, ON seeing some strength. FedEx is green. Apple's slightly positive. Alright, here we go. The next little push higher. The call spread for Charter is blowing out. That's a good indication that we should see a little bit higher price on Charter. They want people to pay a nice premium. Come on, give us a little bit of a spike through. Trigger this little 1-minute inverse. SPY's still trying to print for a new high of day, guys. SPY wants to pierce this prior day high. SPY acting quite well here. Intel still seeing some distribution. Getting a little bit more broad participation from the market. Nvidia is still trading kind of near a double top, seeing a 10-minute reversal off of its previous all-time high. That could indicate some trouble for SPY, we'll see. But a little bit more green appearing on the screen here. Tesla curling back down. Seeing some weakness in Tessie. Come on, Charter, make a move higher through this zone, guys. And I'm not going to really mess around with Charter. If we get a spike into 315 handle, I will look to exit. We could get an impulse move, so be ready. Be ready on CHTR, guys. We're up about 50 cents on the bid here. Here we go on Charter, come on. Here we go, guys. 315s are coming, 315s are coming. Give us a little bit of a breakout here on Charter, come on. High volume impulse 1-minute candle, give it to us, give it to us. We're printing on the high side here, come on. Let's go, we're up a full dollar. We're up a full dollar on these contracts. Come on, give us a little bit more. The structure should blow out as soon as we hit 315. If these calls get in the money. Come on, a little bit more. Stay firm, stay firm. Don't frickin'... Come on, you got more in you? That's where you're gonna stop? No ways, no ways. You got more. You got more. Still a 50-cent spread between the bid and the ask right now. Oh, it's blowing out, guys. The spread is blowing out even more here. It should keep going. They're charging people some serious premiums right now. Come on. Come on, get these calls in the money. SPY's still trying to press here. Come on, Charter. One more big punch. One more big punch. Still seeing some distribution. Come on, keep grinding, keep grinding. What the heck? My chart freeze here? That's not good. Did I just lose connection? Oh no. What the heck happened here? I think my whole chart froze here. Shoot. Having some technical difficulties here, guys. Can't even tell what's going on. My charts just froze. No. What the heck's happening here? That screen's going. Oh, that's shitty. Technical difficulties here, guys. My charts are frozen. I gotta maybe reset my station here. That's shitty. That was weird, man. My whole setup just froze there. Sorry about that, guys. That was super weird. Shoot. Charter coming in a little bit now. Bitcoin dumping here, guys. BTC down at 115. 115 on Bitcoin coming on deck. Bitcoin are trying to tap those lows. Bitcoin getting absolutely dumping here, guys. BTC is coming into a target. We're still long these 315 calls. Here comes the punch through on Charter. Let's get it. Let's get it. 315 calls, guys. Printing. They're in the money, guys. Boom, boom, boom. All right, guys. I am exiting here, Charter. I am exiting my Charter calls. Sold at $4, guys. All out of my Charter calls. All out at $4. Beautiful, beautiful gain, guys. Let's go. Stunning price action. From 245 to 4. Those are still trying to print to the high side. All out of Charter. Massive. Banking on the long and the short side. Beautiful trade, guys. Everyone should have caught that. Nice. Nice job. Amazing. All right, SPY hitting double top, guys. I am going to add to my zeros here, up here, sweeping these highs. I am going to add to my 0 DTEs. I think that's the extension move. Look at our Bitcoin. Bitcoin is just printing to the downside here, guys. But again, everyone had an opportunity to bank, at least on the call side there. If you missed the put side with us on Charter, you had a chance to bank on the call side. Let's see if we can get a down move on SPY. I mean, this SPY freaking market is just an absolute monster. Day after day, just continues to obliterate to the high side. Massive extension move, still trading into huge resistance on the daily chart. But look at Bitcoin, guys. BTC coming into profit, coming into TP2. Does look like a nasty little bear flag coming into play. We'll continue to watch that. TXN. Look at that long level on TXN, guys. If anyone took that, I was too busy with charter, which I'm okay with. I mean, sometimes you just got to manage what's in front of you. But TXN long level that we had telegraphed on the chart. Look at that little epic bounce. Wait till it populates my chart here, but take a look at that little long level that we identified on TXN. What an epic bounce there. That's pretty remarkable. Good to know that our analysis is spot on with some very intricate levels recently. We are starting to see GEV come down, some of your market leaders, AMD, starting to see a little bit of distribution. nvidia still holding steady, Apple still holding steady, Tesla still holding steady. It's now 10:48. We have made our money in this market today on the day trade side. 2 monster day trade wins. SPY, 635 puts are going against us. Also on the swing trade, they're going against us slightly. But there's still a chance this market can fall to the downside. Again, we get one more little sweep of this high, and I would add to my SPY short, my zeros. So one more little sweep above prior day high, and I would add. Apple still holding steady. Please hit that like button on the stream, guys. Charter was a top play. Definitely hit that like button on the stream, please. Nice bounce there. Alright, let's see what else is happening in this market, guys. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. How can we like twice? Thanks, Ram. Deck is still doing well. Charter, one of your top losers on the session. Absolutely knifing to the downside. You know, there might be even a short trade on Intel, guys. Intel, I still think Intel is going to tap 20 bucks today, guys. That gap fill? Yeah. I'm going to look for put options on Intel, guys. I'm going to look for a little bit of a 0 DTE play down to the $20 level on INTC, guys. This is the next little weak stock that we're going to take out here at the lows. So I'm looking at Intel. I'm just trying to pull up my chain really quickly here on Intel. But we're going low of day, guys, on Intel. Mark my words. You could probably get in before me if you have that up here, but we should go low of day on Intel. We really should. So I'm looking at a very, very high risk, probably $20 put option, 0 DTE on Intel. Let me just see what those are priced at. Yeah, look at those. Those are at 2 cents right now. 2 cents? Oh no. Yeah, 1 cent. Wow. Alright guys, I am going to take a $20 put on Intel at 2 cents. 0 DTE. Let's go. Let's go. Intel. Intel put options, guys. $20 0 DTE puts at 2 cents. So cheap. Let's see if we can get these 20s in the money, guys. That would be huge. All right, let's see if Intel Lottos, guys, can take us to the downside. Let's go Intel. Nvidia's starting to curl down, guys. Semis are going through a little bit more distribution. Hood is pushing up nicely here on Hood. UNH is pushing. UNH looks strong, guys. UNH looks very strong. Look at UNH go, guys. Come on, UNH. Hood is still very strong today. How's Chewy doing? Chewy trying to bounce off of the lows a little bit. Tesla, new high of day. Tesla, new high of day. Let's go. Buy still holding steady, guys. See what else we got going on in this tape. You can see Intel wants to break this opening range low. We're just trying to keep it a little bit. How's CHTR doing again? Charter? Yeah, still bouncing here, Charter, guys, but be careful. Be careful. If this market goes through another leg lower, Charter can absolutely still go down. But, you know, there is quite a bit more green on the screen starting to appear. A little bit more green on the screen is starting to appear. Bitcoin still testing that 115, guys. BTC still trying to make new lows. Come on down, Intel. Let's look at our BITI trade, guys. That is still printing here. Down 2.8% on Bitcoin. There goes Intel breaking that opening range. Here we go. Ouch, Intel. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let's go BITI. Punch it for that gap, guys. BITI wants this gap fill. BTC. We've telegraphed BTC dumping here, guys. Ooh, BTC looking heavy. I am going to lower my TP2 target here. Just to around that 114 even. But we are knifing. Your ultimate bear target on Bitcoin is around a Pierce of 109. Pierce of 109. Stuff is looking a little bit heavier here. IWM still holding steady. SPY is still remarkably elevated here. Yeah, IWM looks dumpy. Everything looks a little bit dumpy. Everything needs to dump here. Everything. Give us downside. Give us downside today. Come on. Come on, guys. And don't think I didn't forget, guys. We still have runners on this WST. Look at this move. Look at this move down on WST, guys. TP2's almost there. Target price 2 on WST is almost there, guys. I still have 50 contracts short WST at the lows. We're up more than 25 bucks. We're still printing up $21 on the short trade from yesterday. Come on. I want more though. I want this to dump. I want that $25, $26 a contract, guys. I want it. I want it. So Monster wins today on the day trade side, guys. Monster. Absolute monster wins. We'll see if this lotto Intel play works out, guys, which it could. We're only at 11 o'clock. If this market wants to sell and Intel dumps into this $20 level, I don't know, man. That would be crazy. And again, at 2 cents a con, like, come on. 2 cents a con is nasty. That's like dirt cheap. You know? IWM definitely looks dumpy, guys. Come on, let's keep it going. Come on, SPY. Take us lower. Take us lower. AMD catching a little bit of a bid. Tesla's still ripping here, guys. Tessie. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. I like that move on Tesla, guys. I like that a lot. That's what we want to see. Still 56 days to our 340 calls. And honestly, I mean, we're not that down that much on our Tesla calls. After that huge put hedge play that we trimmed down here yesterday for 175, Tesla trade not looking too bad. Not looking too bad. So basically on my Tesla 340 calls, I'm down right now about $1,000 on my 2 contracts. Yesterday we took around $1,610 profit on the put hedge. So net net, I'm still up about $600, $500-600 on the Tesla trade. And that's a successful hedge. So if I were to close my Tesla here, my 340 calls for a loss, I'm still netting $600 of profit on that put hedge. So that's a nice little hedge that worked out quite well. Very good. Like it a lot. Intel catching a little bit of a bid here. SPY coming in a touch. SPY coming in a touch. Nvidia's about to go negative, guys. Nvidia's about to go negative. Apple's starting to come in as well. Alright guys, I will be right back. Just have to go to the bathroom. Too much coffee. Alright, we're good. We are good. Nvidia breaking, guys. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier here. The CNC, guys, looks like it wants to go for this gap fill. So CNC. Any other moves that you guys are observing? You can catch another trade here. Bitcoin just absolutely still looking so weak. So weak. Octa still trying to push to the high side. Look at that move on Octa, guys. Holy. So Octa is just eating Intel's liquidity. Beautiful breakout. Huge move on the daily chart. You know, that's a nice breakout on Octa, guys. I still think Octa is going to hit 106. We're riding the 110 upside calls. We were down sharply. But I am looking at potentially trimming these 110 calls, guys. Just moving defensively. I think this market could go through a bit of vulnerable. I did exit my Octa 110 calls. Just because we are hitting some resistance here, and I do think that the markets are a little bit vulnerable. I still think SPY needs to take a breather. Qs need to take a breather. I still have us taking out this low down here, pushing lower. So I'm just moving a little bit more defensively here with certain positions, but taking a nice 27% gain on Octa. Let's look at HIMS. Yeah, nice move on HIMS. HIMS is probably going to sweep the high of day. It's getting ready on HIMS. HIMS is certainly looking stronger here. Yeah, HIMS is trying to break out. It's not looking too bad. Not looking too bad. I think AMD is giving us a potential little topping signal today. I could see AMD finishing with a daily topping tail. Starting to come in a little bit harder now. Nice breakout today on CRM. Look at that daily chart or intraday chart. Very strong move on CRM. SPY still holding up quite well here. Tesla going for another new high of day. Beautiful move on Tessie. I like that a lot, guys. A stunning move. Intel now down 9%, 9.2. IWM still showing distribution signs. It is negative. Lenar's had a nice pullback. Still think that there's more meat on the bone for that long. Pepsi taking a nice little breather. Your consumer staple stocks have gone through a bit of consolidation here. So names are certainly seeing some distribution. KHC is another one. AMD continuing to see a little bit of distribution, guys. AMD. QuantumScape still getting wrecked, down over 7.68%. Let's look at this BBAI. It's kind of fallen out of the limelight recently, but putting in a bit of a bearish intraday pattern. Also looks to be distributing here on the daily. Down move, up move, down move. BBAI could be ready for a short as well. Looking kind of interesting. Keep going, Tessie. Keep going, Tessie. Tesla's still going, guys. Tesla's still ripping. So I'm taking a little bit of a loss today on my SoFi puts. SoFi $18 puts I called out. Will be down. Losing on this trade. This name has just been absolutely a monster to the upside. So unfortunately SoFi did not really cooperate. Looked like it was falling sharply and then epic bounce. UNH still up a couple percent. Look at SPY doing a full-on retrace of this area. Tesla's still printing to the high side here, guys. IWM still negative. Bitcoin catching a minor bounce here off of the lows. Nvidia curling back to the downside. Apple still green. Rivian's doing well today. That's up 4.2%. Uranium taking on the chin. That's down 1.8%. Crude oil negative. Affirm still green. Generac seeing some strength. NIO. So you're seeing a lot of rotation into your EV names. How's LR's? Yeah, laser coming in. Nasty little sell-off on LAZR. Alright, I'm gonna add to my SPY short. It appears to this high. 0 DTEs. You can see semiconductors are still sitting right on that little neckline zone, SOXX. So if you break this area, minor support at gap, but it leaves us a shot down to 232 on SOX. It's certainly needed. I still think there should be a dump in this market. Maybe it doesn't happen this week, maybe it's next week. We are due for some backing and filling. Chegg, wow, Chegg's up huge today. Snapchat down another little bit. FedEx doing quite well. Doing well. That's actually, I think, a bit of a short setup as well. NET. That's had a monster move up. Cloud stocks continuing to show resiliency. IGV continuing to see strength. Google still doing well. How's Snapchat doing these days? Again, I will add to my 635 zeros at a sweep of these highs. It's risky. Basically double my position. Right now I'm only short with 8 contracts. Down the position at 63 cents on SPY 0 DTEs. Snapchat coming in a little bit. IBM continue to see some weakness today. Still off of its lows. Doing a nice retrace. Alcoa really taking it on the chin here. AA. Snowflake doing quite well today. Ticker Snow. Melting up. I haven't traded Snowflake in a while. This is the only company where I actually had a personal friend in it, and he made a few million in it. I used to live out west in BC, and he wouldn't even give me insider information. But he liquidated off the IPO couple years ago. Snowflake. Come on, SPY, chop it down. Let's see what else we got going on here. AMD still up a couple %. Starbucks down another 1% again. Tesla up 4, guys. Tesla's screaming. Let's push it. Let's go. Tesla Bulls recapturing its footing. Could this be just one massive fake out shakeout? It could potentially be, guys. Tesla absolutely ripping here. Wow, what a move on Tesla, guys. It's looking like this is one very big wedge pattern forming on Tesla. This could be an absolute screamer to the upside here. Let's just draw this wedge pattern. Tesla holding like a champ. Can you believe that? It looked so grim yesterday, and now what is becoming the strongest mag name on the session? Mr. Tesla just won't stop printing. Let's go. That's amazing. Amazing. And honestly, Tesla's still screaming higher and higher and higher. Uh-oh. Spy going for another sweep. Nvidia's starting to curl up. AMD, Meta, Tesla, everything's starting to push here again. Could get a big punch through in the market here, guys. Everything's starting to firm up a little bit more. Everything's starting to firm up. %2 on the session. Carvana trying to squeeze. Let's look at KSS again today. You guys seeing any other stocks squeezing? Let me know. Tesla's going through a bit of a squeeze here. But if you guys are seeing any other stocks squeezing to the upside, let me know. AEO. AEO is not looking too bad, guys. Potential little inverse head and shoulders forming here. This one could go through its own little squeeze. If you're wanting to take some upside calls on AEO, I am not opposed to that. It's very close to breaking out here of a little inverse head and shoulders. Yeah, AEO could punch for a new high, guys. You know what? It's a Friday, guys. Looks like shorts are trying to cover. I might try to trade AEO 0 DTE here. $12 calls. 0 DTE, let's see what they're priced at. Let's see what this Sydney Sweeney power is all about. $0.08 right now? Oh, I'm definitely taking some of those. 10 cents. 50% spread between the bid and the ask. That's insane. But 10 cents? Alright guys, I'm gonna slap the ask here. Take some lottos on AEO. Does look somewhat interesting. What would that be? A move higher? Basically doubling its move. Spotify doing well today. What else we got going on? Tesla's still ripping above 318, guys. Tesla's still ripping. What a monster. What an absolute monster. SPY going for that high sweep. Let's look at some of our high short interest names. We've got a couple lottos on play. AEO calls. Intel puts. Still looking for SPY to take a little bit of a dip though. But it's holding fairly steady here. Still interested in adding one more time. Another 8 contracts to my 635 0 DTEs. AAOI is squeezing today. That's up 5.34%. That name's looking pretty strong. Solar stock that's actually trying to squeeze is Maxon Solar, guys. MAXN. It's a high short interest solar name that's actually trying to squeeze right now. Very interesting. Tesla now at 4.37%. NNE trying to make a punch through here. How are nuclear stocks doing again? Yeah, right back to the highs on nuclear names. Pretty crazy. Dips and then they're punching right back up, and that's all happening while uranium's actually falling here. Quite interesting. Chewy still seen. Comes AEO. Here comes AEO. Come on. AMD curling back down. Come on, AEO. Let's push it, guys. Are they about to push AEO up here? Oh my goodness, Tesla back to the highs of the session. AEO volume starting to come in. Still holding steady. AMD, nvidia, seeing a little bit of distribution right now. Look at the CNC, guys. Anonymous, I hope you are still holding your CNC. Look at this bad boy. Oh my god. I wish I added down there. And to think that CNC in the pre-market, wait till I show you where it dipped to here in the pre-market. I mean, let me extend these after hours here on CNC, but look at that move down on CNC, 22.30 in the pre-market. That is filthy. If anyone bought down there, wow. What an epic reversal. Look at that, 28% reversal on CNC from the lows. I got at pre-market. Oh, anonymous. What's up with Tesla? Tesla fake out, shake out. Maybe they wanted a huge dip institutions to pile on alongside before Tesla rips face. But we absolutely crushed Tesla on the hedging play of the puts. We're still net long. Tesla's looking dirty right now. You know, whether this is a dead cat bounce, I don't know. It looks more like, it looks better than a dead cat bounce right now on Tesla. But Tesla is absolutely melting up to the high side here. And I think what occurred here was you had a lot of people exit their longs on Tesla, and a lot of people probably piled in on the short side. So now you could just be getting a short squeeze, right? So how many people yesterday probably said, oh, that's a nasty breakdown on Tesla, it's all over but the crying, and there's still an inverse head and shoulders pattern that could be playing out here on Tesla. But we're still chopping in a wedge, right? So until you break out of this wedge, Tesla could still be in a choppy range. Alright? UNH doing quite well. But Tesla's still absolutely shaking and moving. And we still have price targets. We still have higher price targets. Guys, another stock that's absolutely crushing it for us on the swing trade side. Look at PGR, guys. Those 260 September 19th calls are looking like they are going to keep printing. Massive reversal on PGR. This is an institutional based stock. Very strong. Very strong. Bitcoin taking another trip to the basement. Bitcoin taking another trip to the basement, guys. You're seeing nvidia weakening a touch here. AMD. Tesla still going for 320. Can we get AEO to push and break out here to the high side, guys? Come on, squeeze American Eagle. Squeeze it. Let's pump those Sydney Sweeney commercials. Come on. And I'm pretty sure AEO has a high short interest as well. Let me do a little bit of recon here behind the scenes. Yeah, so approximately 21.18 million shares are short, 13.3 of the public float. Yikes. Days to cover 2.7 days based on the average daily volume of 7.1 million shares. So still a decent amount of short interest, guys. Still a decent amount of short interest on AEO. Obviously, it's been a little bit of a target from Wall Street bets. We'll see if they want to continue pressing that higher. Again, that is a lotto trade. Charter looks like it's going to make a new low of day. CHTR, we crushed that. That's our big winner on the session. Did you guys see that video of Jerome Powell and Trump yesterday? Oh my God, it was so funny. That was so funny. The look on Powell's face, he hates Trump, Trump hates him. Oh my God, they're so funny, those two. I starting to weaken here a little bit. Bigger dip in SPY, guys. Bigger dip in SPY. Entered 0DT Tesla 320 put. Let's lose some money. Well, you got the markets should come in, right? So we'll see. We'll see. It's a tough one to short. I mean, why don't you pick on like Amazon? Amazon's negative. Maybe Amazon's the better short. I know it's extended Tesla, but people are gonna chase that name. I hope Tesla keeps grinding. I'm long Tesla. Let's keep going. SPY, come on. Let's see if we can get these 635 0DTEs back in the money. Take out these lows, guys. Take out these lows. We want SPY to go negative and take out these lows. I want American Eagle to pump here. We'll see if Sex sells. Sydney Sweeney pumping her commercials, advertisements, influencer. We'll see if Wall Street has the hots for Sydney Sweeney. So all this is a momentum trade. High short interest momentum trade with influencer publicity. SPY coming in. Come on, SPY. Take us lower. Honestly, we made our money today on Charter. It was printed. Just about managing what we have now. It's been an excellent past couple days day trading here on the live stream, guys. We still have runners on this West Pharmaceuticals that are absolutely still printing, guys. Almost hit TP2. Almost. Almost, eh? Sil J taking on the chin today. Silver really under pressure. SPY starting to really dip here, guys. Tesla right back to the highs. So here you have a little inverse move. Be careful with those, Anonymous. Tesla's trying to squeeze. It should come in, Tesla, but still really don't even have a negative divergence on the 5-minute chart, nor on the 10. So after a small pullback on Tesla, you're probably going to go higher. You're probably going to go higher on Tesla. Intel catching a bit of a bid. nvidia underneath prior day high. Looking like it might be somewhat vulnerable. Look at AEO. Trying to wake up and squeeze. Squeeze us. Squeeze us. Tesla above 320. RIP, Anonymous. RIP. Be careful of Tesla. It's a squeezer today. It's one of the most undervalued. I mean, not on like a multiple basis, but in terms of just recent price action where the multiples of the S&P are trading, it's really gotten no liquidity. Tesla's still pushing. American Eagle still pushing. Come on, AEO. Get these lottos in the money. That would be filthy. We're starting to press, guys. We're starting to press. Again, $12 0DTE calls on AEO are trying to wake up here. The spread is starting to blow out. All of a sudden the chain is getting much more interest on AEO. When I was looking at AEO, the ask was a 50% spread. Now it's a 10-cent spread. And I mean, when I was looking, it was a 5-cent bid, 10-cent ask. I slapped the ask. There was only roughly, what, I think 30 contracts when I was looking. Now we're seeing 186, 500, so the chain is blowing out here on AEO. It's getting some interest. SPY still holding steady. Tesla back under 320. Nvidia slightly positive. Meta still trying to push up. Hood up 3. Palantir up 2.7. Roblox up 1.9. Okta still squeezing up 4.5. FedEx still moving. Tesla 4.8. Bitcoin still down 2.5. ICLR dumping. Come on, AEO. Push AEO. Push it, push it, push it. Be right back, guys. Was squeezing, guys. Sydney Sweeney coming out in full force. We're closer to $12 now. We are pushing here. Let's get these in the money. Come on, Sydney Sweeney. Squeeze the call options. This is starting to move to the high side here. A little bit of resistance coming into play here, but I do think that this name has the ability, it has the momentum, it has Wall Street Bets, it has the influencer behind it. Momentum of a positive market, short squeezing play, come on. You know, if this one really starts to squeeze and it does have the short flow to do it, you have a potential inverse head and shoulders here intraday. It's a very large one. You break this neckline and we could see a move all the way to 1280, guys. 1280. Can you believe that? Bullish TP. That's the max extension move that I could see this name pushing to. Is 1280. If this pattern triggers, guys, a lot more interest coming into it. Hey guys, I just jumped into a small Tesla 320 put, 0 DTE, a small Tesla 320 put, 0 DTE, 5 contracts, very, very small. Very, very small. But what an absolute monster push in these markets. Just another freaking day where this market is just unbelievably strong. Spies absolutely run up into the stratosphere here. Nvidia is still charging for new all-time highs. Intel still holding range low. Bitcoin still down 2.2%, but bouncing off of the lows quite nicely. We'll see if the market wants to give back any of these gains. But what an epic push on Tesla. What an epic push. Still quite a bit of time in this trading session. We've had quite a bit of action here. Quite a bit of time in this market. We are still seeing the S&P getting bought up here, really on every little dip. So we're witnessing history yet again in the S&P 500 making new all-time highs. Every day. Every day this market just wants to keep trending. This is definitely a short squeeze. Looks like a bit of a blow off top in my opinion. At least in near term. Still think that next week we could see downside. Come on, Tesla, dump into TP here. Buy still holding steady. Come on. About 30% on these puts. Let's keep going on Tesla. Let's keep falling a little bit more. Come on, S&P 500, give up the goods here. SPY still remarkably strong, guys. Still seeing it trying to push. Nvidia trying to get rejected off a prior day high. Tesla coming in minor selling here in Tesla. Some minor selling. think Tesla should backtest this 319.28 level, your EMA 113. SPY still holding unbelievable strength up here. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier here. Still seeing this market holding strength.
You see me?
No, the camera's here. See where it's pointing?
Yeah? Oh, okay.
Oh, wait.
Get an action below. Don't have a picture of you with this.
Me trading?
Finish the screens.
A mess right now.
Okay, Z, looks like you're busy. Have you not seen Warren Buffett's desk?
No? Really? Messy? Messy.
Shorts, trading, with an X on it.
All right, guys, so we are seeing the market still holding steady. Tesla puts are starting to wake up a little bit. We're holding the 320 DTEs at 94 cents, just 5 contracts. So light trading here. Just trying to scalp some profits due to some overbought nature. We're up almost 30%. I still think SPY is going to come down. We are seeing SPY holding up a little bit better right now. The Qs are starting to come in. nvidia is looking fairly heavy. AEO is still a little bit of a long shot here. American Eagle, we're still looking for a potential late day squeeze into the $12 level. You do have this 10-minute inverse head and shoulders that appears like it wants to trigger, guys. It does appear like it wants to trigger. So we're still waiting on potentially AEO to squeeze to the upside. I got it here on my other screen. I'm watching things. Intel's just stayed pretty firm across the board. It's still trading near its low. So we'll see if SPY wants to come down at all, but as of now, it's still holding steady. nvidia, though, is seeing a little bit of weakness. Same thing with AMD, a minor touch of weakness. You have the 10-year yield that's dipped negative. Gold is down 1.1%. Oil's negative. Nat gas is negative. Bitcoin's negative, but bouncing off of the lows. IWM has flipped back to the positive side. We are seeing people covering their shorts, getting out of these trades. Come on, squeeze American Eagle higher. Tesla, come on. I'm going to look to take profits on Tesla. I think we get a back test of this EMA 113, but if the 320s get in the money, that's where I'll look to trim roughly 3 of my contracts, and I'll leave 2 running. Come on, Tessie, dump it. SPY is just so strong. I mean, my oh my. Look at this unwavering price action. A little bit of a divergence again from Qs and SPY. Qs definitely taking a dip off the highs, but also still holding remarkably strong up here. Come on, Tessie. There goes Tessie, guys. There goes Tessie. Come on. Nice move down on Tesla. Come on. Give us more, Tessie. A little bit lower. We're back testing these 2 little pivot highs where you had a double top. That is some minor support. Come on, a little bit lower on Tessie. A little bit lower, a little bit lower, a little bit lower. SPY still holding steady. Nice. We're up over 45% in printing. Come on, come on. Give us a little bit more. Get ready, guys, to trim on Tesla. Still no selling in SPY. Still have AEO trying to push a little bit higher here. Come on, give us a squeeze play on AEO. QQQ. Still holding steady. SPY still holding steady. Burning theta on SPY. Honestly, 0DTs off the morning have not been working. It's really your 0DTs in the afternoon have been working. Individual on the indices, 0DTs have not been working in the morning. Alright, Tesla's coming into target. Come on, Tesla, a little bit lower. 60 cents away, 58 cents away from target. Almost 50% up on this Tesla put trade, and the markets have not even sold off here. They are trying to bounce Tesla minor a little bit here. Just a touch here. SPY still trying to go higher here. Remarkable. nvidia, big 10-minute stick. Back up. Friggin' SPY, man. Should have just stayed away from these indices and traded individual tickers. I mean, that's definitely where the alpha's been. Tesla, nice move down. Big move up. Charter. Come on, Tessie. Knife into the 320 handle. That EMA is quietly moving up. Come on, Tesla. One more little knife down. Get ready to trim Tesla, guys. Get ready to trim Tesla. We're up over 50% here. Give us a little bit lower. Still no movement in the indices. A little bit lower on Tesla. Come on. Get these 320s. Tap that 320 level. Come on, Tessie. Come on. Here we go, guys. 29 cents away, 20 cents away. Come on, a little bit more, Tessie, a little bit more. We're pushing almost 60%. SPY still has not moved. Come on, Tessie. Don't bounce here. Give us a nice little knife down. We're trying to bounce it a touch here. SPY going for another new high. Just unwavering bull market strength on SPY. It is pretty incredible to witness this. Can't stop, won't stop. Come on, Tesla. Give us these 320s. Give us these 320s in the money. Come on. Come on, Tessie. Come on, Tessie. SPY slowly trying to drip a little bit. Just a minor little pullback. That's all you get in SPY. 1 minute sharp pullbacks. We'll see. It seems like they always are. The last few sessions, they've been selling it late into the afternoon. That's where the volume and sell side pressure has been coming. They've been punishing all the 0DTE traders off the morning. And they dump it in the afternoon. Intel trying to break its opening range low. We're still short Tessie in those 320s, which we're up nicely, over 45%, pushing 50% here. But I want Tesla to give us another little new low of day. I want to see these 320s getting the money. We're so close. I mean, we're splitting hairs here, but SPY's barely had a pullback here. Come on, Tessie. There's a new low on Tesla, guys. Here we go. Come on, hit that 320. Get ready to trim. We're up over 55, almost 60%. Come on. That's a new low, guys. Come on, pierce that 320 zone. Ah, they might try to bounce it right ahead of that area. SPY coming in a little bit. Come on. Come on, Tessie. Taking a trim here, selling 3 contracts on Tesla. Just trimmed Tesla 320, put $1.57. Boom, 320s. Going in the money there, guys. Look at that beautiful little execution. You know what? I'm actually going to look to move my stop loss in the money here to about $1.40 stop. $1.40 stop. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. We're tapping that EMA, so they could get a bounce here. $1.40 stop on the runners. Nice little trade there, guys. From 94 cents to $1.57. First trim. Still have 2 contracts. So that was a small position, but nice little trade there, guys. Another little 0DT win. SPY's not cooperating, but good to know Tesla did cooperate. We can only get SPY to come down. Getting a little chewy again. So I think Tesla might try to come and catch this liquidity here, this impulse green candle. So that's where I'm going to look to trim the other two contracts, guys, on Tesla. But I have an in the money stop at $1.40, and we let these runners run, baby. 320 puts in the money. 320 puts in the money on Tesla. If only SPY would give us a down move. That freaking nasty trade, man, on SPY. We still have time for these cons to have a really big dump, but it would need a really, really sizable dump. AEO still trying to climb higher here. Again, keep a break-even stop on those Tesla 2 running contracts. $1.40. $1.40. But if we get rejected here, we should go a little bit lower on Tessie. You can see you're hitting that EMA 113, so there's a decent amount of support here on Tesla. There is a decent amount. Come on, SPY, break down for me, please. You're so extended. I mean, why are you just so strong right now? Alright, what else is shaking and moving? AEO still about 20 cents away from that $12 strike. Bitcoin back above 116K. Yeah, SPY, that, you know, it's a smart comment, Mohammed. It's that's what they've been doing over the last couple sessions, is running all of the morning 0DT theta and then dumping it into the close at literally that final 30 to 60 minutes. You know, Fridays are a little bit different because typically on Friday you do get afternoon trends and bounces as people late into the session cover their shorts. So that often provides a little bit more liquidity for the afternoon session, but they've certainly been dumping it into the close. It'll be interesting to see if that happens again. But for now, I mean, SPY's just a monster, right? Probably going to lose on these 0DTEs on SPY, but we've made money today. Tesla, Charter, UST. Still have some lottos out there on AEO, Intel. But the SPY puts, the 0DTEs are a little bit of a long shot right now. That's okay. I'm prepared to lose that money. I've made a couple G's day trading today. Come on, Tesla. We still got 2 contracts running on Tesla. Pushing almost 70%. Give us a nice knife down on Tesla. That would be welcomed. Here goes Tessie. Come on, SPY. It would be an absolute beautiful close to the afternoon for me if we could get a knife down on these puts and take them back to break even, or at least in the money on the SPY zeros. Take us back down to 635. That would be an incredible dump. Alright, we're up over 82% here. Come on, keep running it, Tesla. 86, 87%. Come on, Tessie. Keep going, keep going. Over 85% here on Tesla. Alright, I'm going to take profits here on Tesla, guys. I'm going to lock in my profits here on Tesla. The runners, just close them at $1.88. Tesla 320 puts, those worked out quite well. close them at $1.88. So from 94 cents to $1.88. Beautiful. Locking in a 100% trade on the runners. I like that very much. That's another little trade, guys. Another beautiful little win. Look at Tesla still going. That was a nice little Tesla trade, guys. Very happy with how that went. Quick little scalp. Basically, making $376 in, let's see, 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Nice 376 bucks. No need to show thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate that. But you know what, guys? You spot it's as a collective. We trade as a collective. There's a lot of smart traders in here, a lot of different styles, and we all scan the markets as a collective. And that's what it's all about, right? Beating Wall Street institutions. Look, I've lost money on SPY. I mean, it's unless we get a big dump here in the next few hours. Alright guys, now look what we have coming into play. AEO, seeing some volume, guys. Let's squeeze this into the $12 level. Come on. Let's squeeze AEO. Squeeze it. Sydney Sweeney hype train. Let's go. We'll find out how many Wall Street traders have the hots for Sydney Sweeney. I'm just trading momentum. I'm honestly considering taking AE calls for next week. Just because there is this large inverse head and shoulder that I think could absolutely press to the upside. And honestly, this chart pattern intraday is not looking bad at all on AEO. It's not looking bad at all. Broken out. I mean, I could see us sweeping this 13 pivot high. So we'll see how it wants to fare into the end of the day. But AEO is looking pretty constructive for a bit of a higher move next week. And it's a high short interest name. But I'm hoping it gets into that $12 level today. SPY sweeping the highs right now. New high of day. Big Bear AI down 3.85%. SBET down 6. HIMS is up 0.75%. You're seeing strength in NIO, strength in Tesla, strength in Rivian. A full-on EV rotation trade is happening today. SPY's just blistering back to the highs. Out of your mega caps, you got strength in nvidia, strength in Microsoft, strength in Apple, strength in Google, weakness in Amazon, strength in Meta. So all mega caps are pushing except for Amazon today. And I think because Tesla's sucking that consumer discretionary liquidity, XLY. Come on, AEO, give us a high side punch. Let the volume come in. Give us a high side punch on AEO. Come on, get these 0 DTEs in the money. Punch us through. Alright, we have Intel trying to break that range to the downside, guys. INTC testing that opening range low. This lotto put's probably not going to play out unless we get a big flush in the markets. But again, that's very small size. Tesla's still dripping a little bit lower. Anyone still holding Tesla runners? I mean, you're laughing to the bank right now. Look at that nice decline. We picked the freaking top on Tesla, guys. Look at that move down on Tessie. So you have a bit of a divergence, a bearish divergence. Look at SPY, guys, putting in higher highs. Qs are not participating. Let's look at the small caps, IWM. IWM starting to show a little bit of weakness. Oh, look at IWM back in the 225 zone. I'm almost tempted to take some put options for next week on IWM. Yes, I'm going to, guys. IWM put options for next week. I'm going to look to enter some right now. Come on, get off this Euro chain. Look at the tail candle on the IWM, but IWM puts for next week or even 2 weeks out look pretty interesting. Tesla's still melting lower here, guys. Tesla's still dripping. Intel dripping. Come on, give us a big down move in the S&P 500. Wow, those Tesla puts. Anyone still holding Tesla puts? You are laughing. Testing the 318. Tesla puts are deep in the money. Heavy volume coming in on Tesla 1 minute chart. Is dripping. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier here, guys. Coming in. Probably wants to try to bounce off of this trend line. Actually, no, it's breaking that trend line right now, so perhaps a little bit of downside can hit this tape. Come on. Come on, Nvidia. Sell off here. Alright, are seeing these markets come into a bit of weakness here. A little bit of weakness. Nvidia breaking. Big dump on SPY. Afternoon dump, guys. Take us down. Take the IWM back to the negative side. Take it back to the dark side. Bitcoin testing 116 again, breaking down on BTC. So we are seeing Bitcoin trying to get rejected off that 10-minute EMA 113. How's Marvell doing today? I haven't really looked at the other semis. Yeah, Marvell's actually looking decent, guys. Slightly negative, but looking like next week could have a strong session. Let's see SMCI. SMCI right now, actually SMCI is holding quite well. Yep. Let's look at Oklo again. Oklo's getting ready for a short. I was hoping that it would go a little bit higher. Hoping it sweeps these highs. Looking for a trend line into, a wonderful level would be around 79 bucks. That would be ideal for me on Oklo. We've obviously caught a nice move on the long side, but every stock goes through. Oh my god, look at Tesla, guys. I wish I was still holding my puts. Oh my god. Those puts, those 320 puts are now in the money, almost $3. Tesla's just absolutely melting to the downside here. Holy moly, look at that, guys. Full force. Exiting stage left on Tesla. My oh my. Do I even want to look at what those contracts are up now? Those are probably filthy. Oh my god, those are probably filthy. Wow. Those Tesla contracts are now trading at 320, 340 there. Oh my god. From 94 cents to 3, that would have been 300%. I sold early. I sold early. That's okay. You got to be thankful for 100% gain. Wow, but what an absolute knife on Tesla, guys. Gnarly, gnarly little decline. IWM right back up. SPY right back up. No selling. Apple starting to look a little bit weaker. Intel still coming down. American Airlines still hanging in there. HIMS is quietly moving up. HIMS starting to move up again after it had a nasty dump. Getting a really big dead cat bounce. Tesla's still at 4.1%. So, I mean, even with that little nasty decline, still very strong on the session. GME trying here, GME, to firm up. Another little down day, back testing this breakout trend. GME is either going to drop like a rock, or I think it can have a pump. I think GME can have a pump back up to 25 bucks. Nice little Way to stop out a lot of these traders who have been short in this bear flag. Big bounce on Tesla, trying to test 319 again. Open. That name is trying to hold its prior day low. KSS. KSS not doing too much here. QuantumScape knifing through some lows there. This is an interesting chart, this GEO. Still seeing SPY grinding higher and higher, opening up a divergence between SPY and the Qs. SPY is now outperforming the major indices, leading the charge to the upside. SPY's grinding higher and higher. We are continuing to float and press to the upside. Nice move up on HIMS there. Look at the big divergence between SPY and Qs. But SPY is just squeezing. What a monster push. Tesla not participating. It's really coming from your cloud-based stocks. We might have an Amazon put play here, 0DTE. It's not really acting well. So I'm looking at entering an Amazon put option here, guys. It's not participating as much as the other names. So I'm going to look at 231 zeros on Amazon. Oh, they don't have the 231s. Shoot. They don't have 231s? 230? Alright, I'll buy the 232.50 puts on Amazon, guys. Alright guys, I'm short Amazon here, 232.50, 0DT put. I'm not touching SPY again. If you want to try, I'm already short 635s, but I'm getting run over. I'm going to be taking a loss on my SPY puts, so come to terms with that. I'm not looking to short SPY. SPY is just too freaking strong. I don't know what they're doing to it underneath the hood of this, but it's just remarkably strong. So I'm picking on individual names. I've had more success over the last couple days just sticking to individual names. I mean, we banked on Charlie, we banked on Tesla. Now we're picking on Amazon because it's a little bit weaker. But SPY is just crazy. Crazy. I don't know what the hell they're doing to it, but it's just remarkable. I mean, look at the Qs. The Qs aren't even doing what SPY is doing. The Qs are off of its highs. But SPY is just continuing to grind. So, again, if you're looking to short an indice, the Qs are probably the better bet. But individual names, you can find 0DT saying anything because it's the end of the week. So I'm sticking with Amazon. I'm sticking with Amazon right now. But SPY, yeah, I would have thought SPY would have come down already, full disclosure. But I've been wrong on that trade. I've been dead wrong. So I'm gonna stay away from SPY and we'll just pick on Amazon here since it's weaker. Hopefully AEO can get a spike here, but honestly, there needs to be a crash soon, or at least a 2 to 4% pullback in the major indices. Yeah, 0DT on Amazon. That's the end of the week, July 25th. So everything's a 0DT today. That's why Friday's a fun trading session, because everything's a 0DT. If you trade it that way. So come on. And I mean, we're buying in the money. I was looking for out of the money. I mean, not that we can't hit 230 on Amazon, but there's no real strike that I was hoping for 231s, but there's no strike there. So 230, 250s at 85 cents. We can still print on these if it falls, and we are. I mean, look, it's falling already. Look at Amazon print to the downside. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Take out the lows. We should tap this EMA 113 on the 5-minute chart. You can see Amazon tapped it here, bounced. So the pattern's getting tighter on this wedge formation. Let's go, Amazon! Yeah, SPY drop 0.1, and look, it's getting bid right back up. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. They're doing something. They're doing something. I guess this is just what the bull market is, right? You know, I've been bullish SPY, but frick, I thought we would have at least a little bit of a pullback. There's been nothing. Nothing. Obviously, we still have some longs on the table in this market. You have to be bullish in this trend. We're still in a very strong uptrend, but even bull markets should have, 2 to 4% correction in the major indices, which would provide a lot of opportunity for other capital to rotate. Alright, so just to summarize things, SPY's outperforming Qs. Qs are outperforming the IWM. IWM underperforming. nvidia slightly being up 0.07%, but it did make new all-time highs, say nvidia. You have Apple pulling in from the highs, trading above 214, up 0.18%, just slightly green on Apple. Microsoft ripping today up 0.92%, completely helping cloud stocks rip. Net, Cloudflare, Microsoft, Oracle, they're all strong horses. Google up 0.5%, still maintaining bullish structure off of its earnings move. Amazon slightly negative on the session. It seems that Tesla's pulling liquidity from the XLY consumer discretionary basket. Meta up 0.45%, but just kind of chopping in a very tight sideways range. Netflix is slightly green. JP Morgan slightly green. I haven't really looked at the sectors today. Let's look at the sectors, guys. Amazon right back down, guys. Come on. Let's see what we can get on these put options. So regional banks are weak today. KRE is down 0.45. Communication basket is down 0.92%. That's Charter Communications. Charter Communications is absolutely causing XLC to knife. Energy is slightly negative. XLE down by 0.17%. And then you have real estate down by 0.14%. But your best performing sector today is your consumer discretionary, XLY, Tesla. Go figure, Tesla's outperforming, Amazon's underperforming. And then you have, in your second leading sectors, your industrials, XLI, which is up 0.8%. Then you have strength in tech, XLK, which is up 0.38. Materials are doing well today as well. Staples are mixed and flat. Utilities are slightly green. Healthcare is slightly green. SPY is still a monster. Your high volume movers, LiDAR up 57, Intel down 9.5, Open is slightly green. Warner Brothers was green but now negative. CNC up 5.29. AMD short. Yeah, I'm already short AMD, so I have to agree with you on that. I'm already short AMD. Is AEO, American Eagle, trying to break out again? Give us this ascending triangle breakout. We got this flat top here. We got this ascending triangle pattern. Come on, AEO. Give us a volume punch. Squeeze it, Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney, squeeze AEO. We're running out of time. We're running out of time. We need that $12 level hit. You do have nvidia starting to see a little bit of distribution here. nvidia is breaking this key trend line. You can see it's broken it, looking like it wants to come down. That's definitely hampering the cues right now. QQQ still holding steady though. SPY still holding steady, trying to push right back to the highs. nvidia losing its prior day high, looking a little bit heavier here on nvidia. Alright, bigger selling coming into nvidia, guys. Bigger selling coming into nvidia here. Looking definitely a little bit heavier. 5-minute chart support is sitting at 173.37. Amazon, we're still short Amazon. Come on, knife it down. Knife it down. nvidia is seeing some weakness. Can this 5-minute bear flag on Amazon take us down? Test the low of this wedge pattern that Amazon's been chopping in. We hit the high here, we should hit the low of it. Come on, nvidia, chop it down, nvidia. Keep on going. IWM. IWM still shaking and moving here, trying to outperform on the IWM. nvidia is still looking heavy, guys. It's still looking quite heavy on the NVDA chart. We are trying to sweep a major little pivot zone on nvidia. Come on, chop it down, nvidia. nvidia is knifing here. Tesla catching a little bit of volume, trying to firm up the 317 level. Keep going, nvidia. Bring the whole QQQ market down, shall we? Bring it down. Bring it down. AMD is still outperforming, up 2.48%. GameStop is trying to go green, guys. GameStop trying to go green. nvidia is still shaking it. nvidia has now gone negative, guys. The biggest, baddest stock on the market going negative. Is this indicating that maybe, just maybe, we're going to see a bit of selling in the major indices late into the close? This is what we have been seeing. I know Muhammad commented on that. Will we see a dump into the close? That is the question. nvidia might be giving a little, might be foreshadowing a little bit here. Just might be. there. Let me just see. Thanks for the heads up there, Kevin. I don't know. Sometimes when my mic times out here. I don't know what's up with my Yeti, but sometimes it times out. Let's move this camera up a little bit. There we go. We're back. Whoa, look at Microsoft squeezing. MSFT is a powerhouse, a one-way freight train to the upside, going for 4 trillion here. Is Microsoft going to try to surpass nvidia? I mean, look at that squeeze on Microsoft. Holy, putting the market on its back, doing the heavy lifting, shooting to the upside here. We're talking about billions of dollars flowing into Microsoft here, pumping a stock up that has a 3.9 trillion market cap, getting a monster squeeze here on a Friday. Microsoft is a monster right now. Huge momentum push. Nvidia lagging. Amazon still negative, Nvidia negative, but Microsoft trying to outperform here. It's the second leading mega cap behind Tesla, but it is absolutely ripping face non-stop. It's basically now the market will kind of probably see some near-term weakness as soon as Microsoft gives us a near-term weakness, but Microsoft is just trading into new all-time highs yet again. I need to do a bit of push-ups and squats here, get primed for power hour. Look at that Microsoft volume. Big time volume. Big time. Amazon still trying to press up here. Here goes SPY again. SPY wants another high push. SPY trying. Oh my god. Tesla curling down. SPY curling up. Wow, look at that monster trend on the 1 minute Microsoft chart. Huge push. Huge push. Almost like there was news on Microsoft. The heck was the news? Intel curling down now. You can see the Qs are seeing a little bit of weakness. Little bit of weakness. Microsoft still holding steady. Amazon, I think, is going to still see a bit of a breakdown here. Qs are selling off a little bit. Nvidia seeing a little bit more weakness. Is Microsoft going to take a bit of a breather here? We'll see. IWM taking a breather. SPY finally coming in a touch. Just a touch. Chop it down, Qs. Chop it down, Qs. maybe a little head and shoulders on the Qs. If they can trigger this head and shoulders on the Qs, it's a big if right now considering the Microsoft strength, but if they can trigger this head and shoulders on the Qs, we should see a near test of almost that prior day high. Hasn't triggered yet though. Microsoft pushing. So BRB, just got to do some push-ups, some squats, take a bit of a break from these screens. All right, I couldn't take that big of a break. We are seeing some weakness in the Qs breaking down here. Come on, Amazon. Nvidia really taking us lower here. Microsoft hasn't even started selling yet. So QQQ is triggering a bit of that breakdown, bearish breakdown on the Qs. Yep, there we go. There we go. Take us down. Amazon, come on. We're short Amazon. Riding those 232.50 0DT puts. I want to see this bear flag break. Nvidia is really seeing some distribution here, guys. Look at Nvidia dump here. Gnarly selling in Nvidia. That is filthy. Big volume trying to step in on the 1 minute chart. You can see Nvidia tapping that opening range low. Should probably get a bounce here and then a continuation leg lower. But Nvidia really came in hard there, guys. Microsoft still charging, guys. Even with that dump in the Qs, Microsoft is still pressing here. Right now it's a battle between Nvidia and Microsoft. Which is going to hurt this market? Is Nvidia going to keep selling here? And is Microsoft going to keep ripping? It's a tale of two opposites right now. One stock going down, one stock going up. Who's going to win this duel? Amazon printing to the downside. Our put option bear flag. Look at Amazon, guys. Amazon now taking a trip to the basement. Come on. Break that trend line. Break that trend line. Our puts are waking up, guys. Come on, Amazon. Our puts are waking up. There we go. There we go, Amazon. Come on. Give us more. I want more, Amazon. Give me more. QQQ testing right at that neckline. It's a clean break. Let's see if we get a continuation leg lower. Microsoft still holding steady. No selling in Microsoft. No selling in Microsoft. Amazon hitting the lower boundary wedge pattern. Come on, Amazon. You got a little bit lower. 10-minute chart bear flag on Amazon. Give us the break. Give us the break. Take these puts to $1, over $1. $1.15, $1.20 would be nice. Microsoft still printing new highs. What an absolute filthy beast. Who the heck is buying this Mr. Softy up here? Who the heck is buying Microsoft here? Not me. Not me. But it's going through an epic, I mean epic short squeeze. Look how stretched you are from this EMA. 113. I mean, that is just nasty, guys. Nasty. I ain't buying Microsoft. I ain't even buying the Qs up here. Screw that. NASDAQ. I'll be patient with the NASDAQ. I ain't FOMOing into these new all-time highs here. No way. It's pretty crazy that we're getting all of this momentum right ahead of that deadline, those tariff deadlines next week from Trump. Imagine if this was just one massive bull trap. Amazon, we're up over $1. Come on, let's go. 15 of these contracts are starting to print. Give us more, Amazon. Give us more. It's a pretty nasty consolidation zone on Amazon. I'm going to move my TP target here. I want to see us sweep this little low pivot here. There's 5-minute chart support on that EMA. But let's see us break down here. Microsoft still printing to the highs. New all-time highs on Microsoft, trading at 517.70 and squeezing. Oh my goodness, look at this monster pump. This is absolutely insane, guys. People are frothing at the mouth right now to get long Microsoft. Is there news on Microsoft? Like, what the heck is going on here? What is going on? I'm not seeing nothing on Microsoft. Ooh, AEO dumping here, guys. There goes the Sydney Sweeney Bulls. AEO. That is nasty. That's filthy. Just manage that trade accordingly. If you want to take a break even, stop loss. Those $12 calls are not getting in the money today. That was the lotto. But Microsoft, we're still waiting on Softy here. Amazon's still printing, guys, to the downside. Come on, Amazon. Sweep this low. All right, there we go on Amazon, guys. Look at that. I did not even take a trim yet, guys. I'm waiting for it to really pierce that level, but it's tapping target price 1. I'm just going to manage this Amazon, guys. I'm not even looking at trimming at TP1. I'm just going to manage it with a break-even stop loss at 85 cents. So break-even stop loss. Let's let this trade run. If it stops us out, it stops us out. So break-even stop on our Amazon put. We can see if we can get a nice big decline into the close. nvidia is still looking somewhat weak here. Microsoft still surging, roaring and roaring and roaring. And yeah, you better... AEO's cooked. AEO going down here. Dumping hard on the 5-minute chart. Microsoft is the only thing that is keeping this market up right now. Will they dump Microsoft into the close? For now, they're holding it steady, but give us a big move on Amazon. Come on, give us a big move down. Wait till once Microsoft tops, guys, this QQQ market should see some material weakness. Oh, whoa, what was that 1-minute candle on friggin' Microsoft? What is that? What was that? What the heck was that? We're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar company wicking down like that? Did that happen on everyone's charts? Oh my goodness. What was that? We better watch out here. That was filthy. What was it? Look at Amazon, guys. I don't even care right now. That was nasty. These moves are insane. How can you even trade that? That's an algorithmic dump. That's not even a human trader. But look at that dump. I mean, what the hell is that? From that high on Microsoft, you're talking about a $3.60 dump, 0.7 on Microsoft? Like, did that just stop out people? Oh my god, that was a filthy move on Microsoft. What the hell was that? They wanted to freaking dump people. You probably could retest those lows. That's where Microsoft wanted, but oh my god, look at that volume sweep. That was a huge liquidity sweep. That was filthy. Ran the stops. You know what? We got Amazon running here, guys. QQQ trying to firm up. But crazy volatility in Microsoft. I mean, we're on the 1 minute chart here. That's insane. That was like a flash crash on Microsoft. Basically erasing more than half of its gain in like 2 seconds. That's insane. When you think about the sheer size of Microsoft, and you can get a candle like that, you can get a candle like that on Microsoft, and we're talking about the second largest company in the world, multi-trillion. That just like should literally warn you about trading penny stocks and these other things. If they can do a candle manipulation of that magnitude in literally 2 seconds on the second largest company in the world, that's insane. All right, Amazon puts are still printing, guys. Let's see what we can get here. Picking on these weak individual names. Let's print to the downside. We are absolutely flying here on Amazon. Another little winning trade. Let's go. Contracts are absolutely printing here. We're up over 30% on Amazon puts. Let's see if we can get more. Come on. And the NASDAQ and SPY still holding considerable strength. But Microsoft trying to drip a little bit lower, but now you have nvidia taking its turn and trying to press higher. All I can see is Amazon certainly looking weak. Just do a little simple measurement of this bear flag, where we could go. Yeah, we could hit this low sweep here on Amazon, 231. We need the market to give up some goods here. We need the mic. But look at that wick down, guys, on Microsoft. Boom. Wild price action. They grabbed so much liquidity there. Unbelievable. Big bounce on nvidia. Guys, I'll be right back in 2 minutes. Monster bounce in the Qs. Good to see Amazon still not really participating. So nice to see that as the Qs are bouncing here, Amazon not even participating. That's really, really good. Tesla has had a nice bounce back to the high side. S&P 500 right back to the highs. New all-time highs on SPY. This is why I stayed away piling into more 0DTEs on SPY, because they're just doing some really, really manipulative things to these indices. This is why I've trying to learn from this morning's session and at least pick on the individual name where there's clear selling occurring. But look at the bounce on nvidia. Microsoft continuing to bounce. Big bounce on the Qs. This market is on steroids. Break even. Stop me out, break even on Amazon. It is what it is. Market looks like it's ripping here. And we will see if we can do something in our hour session, but break even, stop there. Microsoft does look like it's trying to put in a little bit of a top here. Coming in hard. Tesla flagging on the 1 minute chart looking pretty good. But look at SPY go. I mean, what a monster. This fucking chart is just insane. bit of a headline here on Microsoft. Um, came out 2 minutes ago. Reuters: Microsoft probing if Chinese hackers learned SharePoint flaws through alert. Bloomberg reports that is seeing Microsoft taking a little bit of a dip. So honestly, now I know kind of that little flash crash that we saw on Microsoft, guys, is probably this little bit of a data leak, security leak. So Microsoft is investigating whether a leak from its early alert system for cybersecurity companies allowed Chinese hackers to exploit flaws in its SharePoint service before they were patched. Bloomberg News report on Friday. So that's what that dip was. A potential cybersecurity leak in Microsoft's SharePoint. That's definitely what that was. That was a news-based candle on a cybersecurity leak for Microsoft. So it's pretty crazy. That came out 2 minutes ago, but that candle happened 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, about 18 minutes ago. That candle happened, and we're just seeing it come across some of the major news feeds now. So you can see how Wall Street always has that inside edge, right? Pretty nuts. Trump Powell, tug of war about interest rate cuts looms over the upcoming Fed meeting, but markets could be in for a treat. While Powell is expected to reaffirm the Fed's independence and keep rates on hold, he may also offer an olive branch and crack the door open for a cut if inflation behaves as expected. A little bit of a headline coming across the Dow Jones news series. So never officially got a trade on this SRPT, but next week we'll keep it on watch, guys. We'll keep it on watch. We threaded the needle on that charter, guys. From puts to the small. We literally caught pretty much the only bounce of the day on this charter. It's pretty crazy. Microsoft printing another new high there. We're still seeing the S&P 500 guys just trending higher here. I mean, it's just a relentless monster. Intel's choppy, Tesla flagging, trending slightly down in the near term. AMD still strong, nvidia pushing back above prior day high. Microsoft is doing its thing. Oh, you plug that in. Need more power. Need a charge. We're just looking for some new trade setups, guys. I still think there's a big rotation trend to be had. Gotta look through the weeds here for some of the non-trending stocks, the ones that people don't like to trade to find big setups. You know, names like ICLR, which we caught. Alright, I've been through materials. Steel stocks could be on watch. I'm going to keep monitoring those over the coming sessions. Financials I looked at. Industrials. Taking profits in utilities, right? Let's look at our staple sector. Lamb Weston. Showing some pretty good strength. It's good at the end of the week to look at some of your weekly charts. Oh, excuse me, SPY going for another new high. What a crazy move on the S&P 500. Hershey still looks very strong. His Hershey chart is looking pretty beast mode still. Pretty strong in Hershey. How's Target doing? Target. Yeah, Target is trying down here. Roger, KR, absolute beast. Mondelez, MDLZ. These are the boring stocks. But there could be money in them. And that's all we really care about. And Mondelez actually looks like at minimum. Look at this triple top on Mondelez. Pivot to pivot to pivot. Chances are we're going up there for a quadruple top. And chances are we're getting through this time. This chart actually looks very strong, guys. Mondelez, eh? Can see that inverse head and shoulders on MDLZ. Earnings coming up. Ooh. 8.85 billion estimate. I just realized, guys. So TradingView isn't completely accurate. For those of you that are trading on TradingView, these little earnings symbols down here, revenue, they're not always accurate. And there was that divergence between AMCR, which I had to really dive into the weeds, because I saw there was such a big discrepancy between this AMCR. So I was looking at AMCR, I looked over some of the financials, and I looked at this surprising revenue estimate of 5.18 billion. I'm like, okay. And then I started going back on previous reports. and it was around 3.5 billion. Then here again, 3.2 billion estimate. And going back a number of years, the estimate was only around that 3.5 billion mark. I was like, holy crap, why isn't the stock flying if it's basically the estimate is guiding up, a couple more billion? So, TradingView is wrong. This rev estimate is wrong. 5.18 billion is not the revenue estimate. So, just as an FYI, if you're ever looking at revenue estimates, TradingView does not have the exact correct numbers. They're pretty good most of the part, but that could be tricky. Anonymous saying, did KLG get acquired? Yeah, most likely. That looks like an acquisition buyout. You're not going to have much range there to do anything there. Does look like it got bought out. Look at Costco, guys. Costco coming into some support. Costco coming into some support. Costco. Gonna be a big trade on Costco soon. Really big trade, but you got your daily chart moving averages sloping down, closing this week below the 50 weekly moving average. 3-bar move down into a near-term support. Kind of interesting there on Costco. Costco might come back down to 885, guys. 885 on Costco could be coming back down. That's pretty crazy. I'd like to see that. See how Walmart's doing. Yeah, Walmart announcing that AI initiative, so it's looking a little bit better. Very weird inverse head and shoulders on Walmart. Oh my god, look at Dollar Tree squeeze. How come no one put this on my radar? Wow, what a monster Dollar Tree. Holy, looks like it a little overbought on the weekly, I'd say, but wow, what a monster on Dollar Tree. Look at that tight range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks of upside on Dollar Tree. Oh my god, are we gonna get a short here? Dollar Tree should see a little pullback.
Stocks. Relentless.
My weekly chart is extended. But it's just grinding higher and higher. Monster chart. Dollar Tree. Are we getting a pullback? There's so many stocks that should have a pullback, but this market just keeps going. Ooh, Tesla knifing here, guys. Tesla is knifing into the close. Tesla is certainly knifing into the close. General Mills is one that's into a nice area here. Oh my God, look at Tesla. News hitting the tape on Tesla, guys. Something to do with California banning Teslas or something? Oh my, oh my. Whatever it is, the stock is cratering here. Oh my God. Tessie getting hit with some news. Look at that fall. Something to do with California attacking Elon Musk again. Oh my God. I don't even want to look at what those puts are up, guys. What are those puts up? I have to look. California bans testing autonomous vehicle, transporting people in their autonomous vehicle. Why is Telegram quiet? Not too sure. Can you hear me now on Telegram? Maybe now you can hear me. I'm not too sure why Tesla was, yeah, I am holding my Tesla calls still. My upside 340 calls. But remember, we did hedge, Bart. We hedged with those put options ahead of earnings. Anonymous, you kill me. You kill me. Oh my God, they're around $8.50. We bought the 327.0 DTEs at 94 cents and they're now trading over $8. I mean, oh my God, an 8x, an 8x. That's crazy. I thought I made a lot of money on it. God. Thanks, Bart. No, I appreciate the heads up. I thought Telegram was going. I wasn't too sure why it wasn't there, so I appreciate that. There are a couple people still sitting in Telegram, so I appreciate that. All right, this GIS is an interesting thing that I've been looking at for a couple weeks now. And I mean, it's near some really long-term support. Ticker GIS. Consumer staple. General Mills. Apple's actually gone negative again now. So now you have Apple, Meta, Amazon negative. nvidia about to go negative again. But this GIS is showing some signs of accumulation. Not a bad risk to reward zone. Nice positive divergence on the daily. Very oversold. Positive divergence on the weekly as well. Hitting massive long-term support. Extremely oversold and beaten down. Take a look at this monthly chart. Yeah, look at that monthly chart. Very, very oversold. General Mills. Right back into this little pivot high zone. SPY is still holding steady. Chopping at these highs. General Mills. I'm wondering if I should take a swing. We are seeing SPY coming in a bit here. Again, you're seeing Apple selling here, Amazon, Meta, Netflix has gone negative. SPY still trading near the highs of the session. No selling in sight. Still seeing the S&P hold steady. Nvidia coming in a touch here. Tesla rebounding from that news play. Still holding up 3.22%. Open catching a little bit of volume. That's up 3.1%. WTI crude continuing to fall here. Bitcoin's had a nice bounce. This TXN chart is filthy. This TXN chart is filthy, guys. You can see the rather large back test on TXN. Pivot high to pivot high, pivot high. And monster. Imagine it starts to push from there, builds off a continuation move. Qualcomm's still holding up, but it's kind of been slow money. Slow money QCOM. Intuit, really strong breakout there on Intuit. Got ADP. Excuse me, guys. AMAT. Anonymous asking, what was your biggest loss on a trade? 60,000. Can anyone guess what ticker I lost it on? That's 60,000 in one day. Actually, no, it wasn't one day. It was a couple days. I kept on averaging down. Gotta be SPY? No. No, it wasn't SPY. 2022. I was shorting. And it kept on going higher and higher. I was in KOLD. And I kept on averaging down. Eventually I made money on it, but it was nasty. It was really, really nasty. Another stock I actually, my biggest gap down, my biggest intraday move on a stock that I was long was this Chegg. This is I woke up and this is the worst I've ever been down on a stock. Not dollar wise, but percentage wise was Chegg. I swung this overnight. Let me just see where it was. I think it was this gap down here. Yeah, it was this gap down here on Chegg. It was literally this gap down in 2023. I was buying this little flag pattern on Chegg into this gap fill, and I woke up. It was like a 50% drop or something. Yeah, it was a 50% drop. I woke up. That was nasty. That's my biggest gap down I've ever woken up to. China equities. And look at this stock since. But that was crazy because I ended up still DCAing and basically breaking even. It was a small percentage. It was like a very, very tiny percentage, and I just managed to trade my way out of it with this big bounce here. But that was the scariest percentage move drop down, but the most I've lost was on NatGas. Biggest win? Your biggest loser was QQQ calls, 4.5K on the first day, another 50K over the rest of the week. Exit for 9.5K loss. Wow. Biggest win was also QQQ, went into the August 5th holding puts, 18K overnight, nice. Yeah, these markets are crazy, right? They can punish you and they can reward you. You know, it can go both ways, right? You can't have the high reward without high risks, certainly. I also lost a lot of money shorting nvidia. I did lose quite a bit on a swing trading side. Nvidia did punish me. Where was it? Back here in... Yeah, in this rally I lost a lot of money. Shorting nvidia. It did punish me. I mean, you just kept on gapping up here. Look at this gap up. It was gap up. Positive, another positive gap up. I mean, you just saw crazy, crazy, crazy moves. But you live and learn, right? You live and learn. That's the part. I would say the losses have certainly made me a bit better. Just trying to find some more swing long setups. Microsoft 517.5 put just paid now. Microsoft dumping. Yeah, Microsoft did take a little bit of a dump there for sure. Final 15 minutes here. SPY still staying elevated. Yeah, definitely paid there for sure. Still paying. Still printing to the downside there. Really is holding this market up. Wow, look at that dump on service now. That's nasty. Right back into your EMA 113 there, knifing through the 200 and the 50. Wow. It's a gnarly little fall off of earnings. SPY still holding steady. I'll watch the last 10 minutes of SPY here once I go through some of these tech stocks just quickly, seeing if there's anything I like. Nvidia back negative, go back to the negative side. Meta, Amazon struggling. Wow, this is a big breakout on CDNS. That's a monster breakout ahead of earnings. Earnings, is it on Monday? Yeah, Monday you have earnings. Wow, monster move on CDNS. Look at that weekly chart breakout. Wow, 420 target, guys. That looks like a monster chart setup. Nice consolidation. RSI is pretty flattened out on the weekly. Plenty of room to run on the daily. CDNS looks like it could run. I mean, they could absolutely gap this up on Monday. See what the calls are. They're probably a little juiced on the premium, but I'm looking at 360 September 19th calls on this CDNS. I am looking at that as a bit of a lotto. I'm just looking at picking up one contract, but I want to see that spread tighten up. It's a little bit wide right now, so I'll see if it wants to tighten up here into the close, but I'm going to keep an eye on that. September 19th, 360 calls. Just going to buy one contract on the CDNS. This is a little bit of an earnings play. I think we can definitely get a gap up. We had a really strong breakout today, but CDNS looks pretty interesting, I think. All right, it is starting to come in. Jumping here into the close. Just a little bit of weakness here on SPY. Here comes a late day sell on the S&P. final 8 minutes here and a little bit of profit taking into the close. Microsoft, nvidia seeing some selling. Meta also selling. Thanks for that flow there, Billy. Some selling coming into the tape here. There's a nice sell, and they finally leaving it into the close here, guys. Wow. Intel pumping, nvidia, Microsoft, really decent sell into the close here, guys. So that's what they wanted to do. Sell the market yet again into the close. Still 5 minutes left here. Microsoft absolutely knifed there. Anonymous banking on those puts. Look at Mr. Microsoft absolutely getting crushed into the close. Basically sweeping that low pivot down there. What a dump there, guys. What an absolute dump. I'm still looking at these CDNS 360 calls, guys, as a high risk. I'm going to be buying one contract here. I'm trying to get a fill around 750, 720. Just took a fill on CDNS 730. This is a lotto trade into earnings on Monday 730. It's even printing a little lower. Lotto trade for Monday. So really decent sized dump into the close. Microsoft showing tremendous weakness, really putting pressure on The overall indices back testing your prior day high. Look at Microsoft still selling. Look at that monster move down on MSFT. What an absolute dump. Ending the session with a daily topping tail. That looks like a local top for Microsoft. That does look like a near-term local top for Microsoft. They are just printing that to the downside here. Absolutely knifing it through some key levels. Intel soaking up some of that liquidity. Wow. Pretty nasty move down on Microsoft there, guys. Really filthy. Look at that selling. Oh my gosh. Look at that selling in Microsoft. And miraculously, they're still trying to hold SPY here steady. Look at the sell-off in Microsoft. What a monster move to the downside. I mean, huge printing. Anonymous saying 550 put ran from 11 cents, exit at 35 cents. Would have been $1.70. Oh my goodness gracious me, Anonymous. I know that's one of the biggest things is trying to hold through the full move. It's so difficult, right? I mean, I paper handed my Tesla puts, so we still banked 100, but they 8x'd 800%. 100 versus 800%. I mean, wow. Even the runners, I thought I had runners, but whatever. It's all good. We made money. It's been a profitable day, except for our SPY puts. But nevertheless, we crushed it on Charter. We crushed it on Amazon. We crushed it on Tesla. Yeah, it's been a good week, guys. It's been a good week day trading here. I just want to say thank you all for tuning in. And hopefully everyone has a good and restful weekend. And I hope everyone made money this week. If not, we'll get them next week. And crypto is going to be interesting. You're leaving for vacation for 3 weeks. Enjoy. Enjoy. Nice way to end on a Microsoft put there. Hopefully you have fun. Hopefully you get going to somewhere tropical. We will see you later, Anonymous. Thank you for your support, everybody. And we will see you on the charts a little later. Have a good weekend, everybody.